maybe because of our time, I may not be able to do all this. But at the same time, permit me, sir, to invite to the other side of the table Emeritus Professor in the house, in person of Professor Ayoka Adebambo. You're highly welcome to the other side of the table, ma'am. When you are, somebody will say, FUNAB Alpha. Well, this is Professor Emeritus Professor Ayoka Adebambo for you. Let me appreciate everybody that want to know one thing or the other in the course of this program. I will appreciate all deans, directors, head of departments, all other academic and non-academic staff present here today. I will always appreciate all the special guests of honor and the awardees. We appreciate you all for coming to this first international conference of Biotechnology Center. Because of our time, we are going to continue with the program right now while we rise to sing national and FUNAB anthem. Thank you. Anthem. we shall never fail. Please let us have our seat. As we are moving on, that we are not going to fail, I want to appreciate Dean Kofek, Professor Mobolaji Omemo. You are welcome, ma. And at the same time, Director Dietet, Dr. Mrs. Abimbola Okuneye. We appreciate you, ma. And at the same time, Dean Co-Plant, Professor Bola Shenjobi. You are welcome to the hall, sir. I will also appreciate Director of Sports, Dr. Samuel Olabanji. You are welcome, sir. Dean Student Affairs, Professor Festus Adeosun. We appreciate you, sir. Directorate of University Farms, DUFARMS, in person of Dr. Emmanuel Bankole. You are welcome, sir. Director, Agricultural Media Resource Center and Resource Center and Extension Center, Amrekami, in person of Professor Jacob Olaoye. We appreciate you. Director, Funab Zupak, Professor Sam Wobo. You are welcome, sir. And many other, okay, as we are appreciating, recognizing guests in the house, we are having Dean, College of Biosciences, in person of Professor Iyabode Kehinde, to the other side of the table, ma. You are welcome, ma. Thank you so much. You know, I promise that she always keeps the time. But for the one thing or the other, we appreciate you, ma. Now that we are moving with this first International Conference of Biotechnology Center, let's hear from Director, Biotechnology Center here in FINAB, Professor Olufunke Bolatitoshitu, to give us welcome address. Please, let's put it together for her.
The Vice Chancellor, AB represented, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Development, the Registrar and other principal officers of the university present, deans and directors, heads of departments and units, all other academic and non-academic staff of the university, our special guest of honor, including awardees, keynote speakers and lead speakers, ladies and gentlemen, great Funabites. With a heart full of gratitude to God and with great pleasure, I welcome you to this grand occasion of our maiden International Biotechnology Conference with the theme, Harnessing Biotechnology, Pathways to a Sustainable Future. This thing will highlight the transformative role of biotechnology in addressing pressing national and global problems and proffering sustainable solutions for a better and greater tomorrow. We are bringing together scientists, researchers, industry experts, policymakers, and innovators, with our keynotes and lead speakers discussing various aspects of biotechnology, including environment and solutions for a greener planet, food security and sustainable agriculture, health and well-being, bioeconomy and circular economy and development, the role of policy, ethics, and public engagement in shaping our world. Incidentally and by divine purpose, this year actually marks the 25th year of the establishment of our Biotechnology Center. The center was established with clearly defined mission, vision, and goals. And this center actually started with the 2-week year 2000 summer course on standard in vitro techniques. Then, with Dr. Joan Campbell as our international resource person. The date there was August 15 to 25th, 2000. And this was subsequently followed by 1-week year 2001 summer course on polymerase chain reaction techniques. And we still brought in Dr. Joan again, then with Dr. Melaku Geldio. And the date then was July 8 to 14, 2001. And that was when biotechnology was just coming into the country. And by the time a biotechnology awareness workshop was organized by the Nigeria Agriculture Biotechnology Project in collaboration with the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, ITA, the National Biotechnology Development Agency, NABDA, United States International Development, USAID, Total Development International Foundation, and Ogun State Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, including the University of Agriculture. Then, the meeting was held at the conference hall at Disbar International Hotel, Pansheke. As at this time, FUNA Biotechnology Center have trained many scholars, scientists, and researchers. And today we are still training. This conference marks the beginning of repositioning our center as a place center in biotechnology nationally and internationally. Because this center, as a result of our expertise, our staff have been able to be involved in capacity building for technologists, setting up biotechnology laboratories in other universities, making waves. And some of these scientists that we have trained, they are making waves on the global scene. We deserve a round of applause for that. That's why we said we are repositioning our biotechnology center. In line with the goals of the center, this conference started with a pre-conference hands-on training workshop on genomics and bioinformatics, realizing the fact that genomics and bioinformatics are becoming increasingly essential in modern research across different fields, such as medicine, agriculture, environment, food, and biosciences. And with that of sequencing platforms, in fact, we are just getting to learn that Babcock University Teaching Hospital actually now have, we got to know about that few, but all along in the sequencing platform, our
in every facet of the university operation. We deeply appreciate what you are doing. I will not leave the microphone without appreciating our distinguished Professor Olukayode Akinyemi. You are a man of honor. I have seen it in you. The registrar, sir, I recognize your presence, sir, and all the management staff. Having said that, a special acknowledgement we go to my very distinguished senior professor here today, starting from all the past directors, whose invaluable contribution laid down groundwork, continue to pioneer standard around the globe. I recognize all your presence. Additionally, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Vice Chancellor for appointing me as a visiting professor to this prestigious institution. Opportunity and a real privilege. I'm a visiting professor to so many universities around the globe, but I must say, FUNAB stand out. I would like to recognize the president of the Biotechnology, Professor Silva Usochukwu, and the Southwest coordinator, Professor Boboye, for the leadership, where presently I am the vice president of Biotechnology Society in Nigeria. I extend my warm greetings to my distinguished and erudite professor, a professor that knows how to engineer science, Professor Akimbile, a fellow of several reputable societies. I recognize Professor Motui, Dr. Bachere, Professor Akimbo from South Africa, and many others I might not be able to mention. As we celebrate this memorial event, we are honoring a significant milestone. This year marked 25th anniversary. I will not sing the song, Let It Be Done by the Authority, when time comes. We are thrilled to welcome you all to this conference, where we will gather as a global community of scientists, practitioners, industrialists, policymakers, governments, and educators. The theme for this year's conference, Harnessing Biotechnology Pathway to Sustainable Future, is a call to action. Let's focus on biotechnology, how it could drive sustainable development goal, food security, well-being, health, and a lot of other things. As you know, this year's conference is more than gathering great minds. It involves caliber, distinguished professor, reputable professor, distinguished scholars, and ever great generation. I want us to know and have in our mind, we are the kind of generation that are going to generate this generation in this generating period of generating generals in great FUNAB. In addition, insightful keynote address will be the pre-grad training that has been going on for the past 2 days. There will be an ample opportunity for networking, fostering collaboration, witnessing, exciting, and a lot of least innovation that is going to change our world. We might be black, our brain is not black. I believe Harvard University is coming to FUNAB some years to come to leverage on our standard and borrow from the skill of our erudite professors and under this great administration. In closing, I would like to reiterate my sincere gratitude to the distinguished Vice Chancellor, Honorable Representative of our distinguished DVC, Olukayode, every one of you, and all the professors at the Center of Biotechnology. Thanks for allowing me to do what I know to do best. In your presence, participation, and commitment to advance the field of biotechnology, that will make conference a resounding one. Together, we are shaping the future of biotechnology. I am truly excited for discussion, partnership, breakthrough that will solve the global challenges. Thank you once again for your collaboration. In this field, I look for engaging and fruitful collaboration where the next generation of technology that will change our world is going to emerge. I am very grateful. Thank you very much.
Let us sustain the applause for him. Beautiful address. We appreciate you, sir, because FUNAB is #1. Starting from the chicken, talk of any other thing, FUNAB is #1. Please, let's put it together for the university. The Vice Chancellor, University Registrar, Dr. Titus Adeniyi, the keynote speakers, the representative of BOSA, Dean, Biosciences, Professor Iyabode Kehinde, and Emeritus Professor, Professor Ayoka Adebambo. Mama, you are highly appreciated. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. At this junction, I want to invite to the microphone the Vice Chancellor of this Citadel of Learning in person of Professor Olushola Babatunde Kehinde, represented by
critical role biotechnology plays in public health. The rapid development of vaccines through mRNA technology underscore the power of biotechnological innovation. But beyond pandemics, biotechnology has revolutionized medicine, personalized medicine. As we discuss the advancements in this field, let us consider equitable access to those innovations. Ensuring that breakthroughs in medical biotechnology are accessible to all, irrespective of geographical or economic barriers, is paramount for global. Agricultural biotechnology has the potential to feed the future. Agricultural biotechnology holds the key to improving food security, enhancing crop resilience, and reducing agricultural losses. Genetic modification and biofortification are transforming the way we produce food. Scientists are developing drought-resistant crops, pest-resistant strains, and nutrient-enhanced foods that can combat malnutrition and hunger. However, agricultural biotechnology is not without its controversies. Concerns over GMOs, biodiversity laws, and ethical considerations remain. As thought leaders in this space, it is our responsibility to engage in constructive dialogues that balances scientific progress with safety, sustainability, and public trust. Our discussions must address how we utilize biotechnology responsibly to ensure that future generations inherit a food-secure world. Other areas of importance is the economic potential of biotechnology. Countries that invest in biotechnology are witnessing an economic boom with job creation, enhanced productivity, and increased competitiveness on the global stage. For developing nations, biotechnology provides an opportunity to move from traditional industrial models and directly adopt cutting-edge innovations. However, this requires robust investment in research and development, capacity building, and policies that support biotechnological enterprises. Public-private partnerships, venture capital funding, and incentives can accelerate the growth of biotechnological industries. As we discuss the economic aspects of biotechnology, let us explore strategies that ensure inclusive economic growth driven by scientific and technological advancements. While the benefits of biotechnology are undeniable, ethical considerations
Mrs. Bola Boboye to have goodwill message. The representative, sir. Thank you very much. Please, let's put it together for him.
The Vice Chancellor of this great university, Professor Babatunde Kende, ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, Professor Olukayode Akinyemi, the Registrar of this great university, the Bossa, ably represented by Mrs. Onishope, the librarian, the university librarian, represented by Dr. Mrs. Agbola, our very erudite professor, Professor Charles Adetunji. It's nice seeing you, sir. And our Professor Emeritus, ever looking young, Professor Mrs. Adebambo. Nice to see you, ma. And all our members of the committee. I'm standing here representing the president of the Southwest Biotech Society of Nigeria, Professor Mrs. Bola Boboye of the Federal University of Technology, Akure. She sent a message. She would have loved to be here because she always loves to be where anything biotech is being discussed. But for certain exigencies of this time, she couldn't make it. And she said I should give you a very best wish. We cannot but mention that she also acknowledged the past effort of a one-time director of Biotech Center in this university, Professor Mrs. Sylvia Uzochukwu, who is the National President of Biotech Society of Nigeria. So we see that it's not by chance that the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, is mentioned everywhere. Even nationally, Biotech Society has the president, a former director of Biotech Center, FUNAB. I thought we were good to give a round of applause. And to crown it all, the vice president of that society is our Professor Charles Adetunji, who is also present here. And that is the national body that coordinates all activity on biotechnology. I was a former editor-in-chief of the journal of that society. And the message is, there is no better time than now to keep on bringing new blood into this biotech research. We, the elderly ones, we are moving out, but who are the people that are coming behind who will take up this challenge? And that's why we are so happy for the attendees, for the participants of the training workshop, and that of the conference that is officially starting today. And Professor Mrs. Bola Boboye said you should please pay attention, because all of us at one time or the other had similar training. This past 25 years in this biotech center, most of us here, we were trainees of the past training workshop that we have had in this center, including the director herself, even the upcoming director. Everybody here had a training here. And this is the starting point. And as you start today, I'm sure that in some years to come, you too, you have stories to tell about advancements of biotechnology in your research. I bring her greeting, and she's sending a wish. And there's one thing that she said I should say. I almost forgot that. She said that we should let you know, the participant and staff, that the Biotech Society of Nigeria Southwest is on the drive to mobilize membership. And she's saying that there is a paper kept there now at the reception, which if you want to be a member of BSN, if you start with Southwest, you are already on the line to the national. That you should please put your name down there, indicate whether it's student membership, whether it is full membership, give your email address, give your phone number, and then we shall contact you. Very soon, you will also be a member of this great society. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. The representative of the President, Biotechnology Society of Nigeria Southwest, Professor Mrs. Bola Boboe, represented by Professor Akinola Upuola. Thank you very much, sir. After that, we're supposed to cut anniversary cake. Okay? Let me move on with the program that we have here. We have some people that deserve award, and we need to appreciate them. At this junction, permit me to invite Professor Iyabode Kehinde to come and handle this aspect. Dean for College of Biosciences.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I think it's past 12, and it's really a wonderful time having this first International Biotech Conference on the 25th anniversary of the Biotechnology Center. I know the representative of the Vice Chancellor wants to leave, and he's really tried. So we'll make it very brief. We're supposed to be reading the citations of all our Ds, but please permit us. The citations are well presented in the book of abstract, and members can kindly take a look at it as you deem fit. But we'll just go on straight to the presentation of award. I appreciate the Honors and Award Committee for working together well on this. Right now, we would like to call on many accolades, many calling here to receive this there. So I would just invite them. We recognize the fact that our Vice Chancellor has done so tremendously well, as stated by many members here that have spoken today. And also, we recognize the past directors of the Biotechnology Center, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. And also, we have not been working alone. We've been working with many companies that have been supporting, that have been good partners. And so we want to recognize this set of people today. And so we'll start with the Vice Chancellor, Professor Olushola Babatunde Kehinde, ably presented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor for the Vice Chancellor. I would like us, Professor Ayoka Adibambo, to please do this presentation. Thank you very much, ma'am.
In recognition of your visionary leadership, this university, the best university of agriculture in Africa, we want to thank you for your commitment to the expansion of this center and to bring this to the global relevance. We want to thank you, we appreciate you, and we present this to you for your contribution to the center. Thank you so much.
So without wanting to stand the Vice Chancellor up, please can you please this honor of presenting the next award. We recognize the fact that we have had many directors, but here present is the same woman who is coming up and who is going to go back. And she was the director of Baptist Center from the year 2013 to 2016. That is in person of Emeritus Professor Ayoka Olufunmilayo Adebambo.
In 1973, we used to, when you are selecting animals for reproduction, you don't want to kill your animals. So we had to invent a method of getting our boas to be selected without killing them for back fat measurement. So we are using Stanopro. In 1982, I was sponsored to UK. There, I learned that Biotech started in UK in 1970. So I went to the library, the bookshop, I got a book. So I went back, I found the author of the book, Professor Truman. And then I read it. I said, can we do this in Africa? He said, yes, we can do it now. I said, something that we can use to select our animals without killing them. He said, okay, you can do something. But I had no award, nothing. It was British Council. 1986, Commonwealth now sponsored me to go and start studies on biotech. Was then we started immunogenetics. 1996, I went back again on World Bank project to study genomics. So when I came back in 1998, I said, oh, I must do something in this university. Then, building the colony was being constructed. I now decided I went to the dean. I said, I have to structure my own laboratory as that I found in Roslin Institute. He said, no, it will be expensive. I said, you have to do it. So, like Professor Daramola said, some of us are goats. So I insisted that laboratory must be structured along biotechnology line. So we did that in 1988. I now wanted my students to start studying biotech. The Vice Chancellor said there, you are overworking the students. They are overstretched. You cannot give them anything extra. I said, my own students in animal breeding and genetics must study biotechnology. I don't want any of them to be outside Nigeria and say, you know, for me, I give Bambo. And then they said, and you don't know how to prepare? It's unfortunate. I said, based on me personally. So I insisted that the Vice Chancellor must establish that laboratory in 1998. And that two courses must be introduced to my students at final year level. ABG 504, which is biotechnology, introductory biotech, and ABG 506, which is immunogenetics. They fought me. The Vice Chancellor set up a committee on me. I said, you know me, I'm a goat. So no problem. So I said, I don't mind. My students must take these two courses. If they fail the courses, they are not graduating. It's compulsory elective. Any other student can take it as elective, but my student must take it compulsorily. It's a compulsory elective. You fail it, you are not graduating. Period and simple. It was then I now decided to introduce the postgraduate courses in biotech. Two of my students, one from Unilag, one from OAU, failed the courses at PhD level. They had to do it at master's, they failed it, and then they now decided that they have to go. Their studency was terminated. I found it at the Senate meeting. I said, if you know how much you commit to research in biotech, you never allow these students to go. I had to fight the then Vice Chancellor. I called him in the night. I gave him a 7-page memo. I said he had to read it. And then he called me. The phone cut off. My ear was hot. He said, Auntie, I will take another phone. He said, I know what to do. Don't worry yourself. I know what to do. So the Dean of Postgraduate Studies and the Dean of Co-Learning, they were against it. He said, sit down and shut up. These students must go. So So I just want to thank God today that
Yes.
25th anniversary that I'm still around
Yes.
here.
How?
Because when,
It's a round of applause. A round of
when
applause.
World Bank gave us the money to start the center,
Yes.
Professor Usosiku was still using my lab. For more than 2 years, was using my lab at Kolani before she moved to Biotech Center. And I want to my first postgraduate student is one of the best lecturers at Berry College, USA.
Yeah.
He has won the award more than 3 times as the best lecturer because he will supervise the student, will stay on them, and so on and so forth. And was winning award and taking even cash, $25,000 for being the best lecturer.
I can see Mama is really,
That's
she's
Dr.
really
that's Dr.
excited.
Peters. And when Dr. Peters was going, they fought me here in this university.
Yeah.
He said, he has already a PhD here. Why is he going for biotechnology again in the university? I said he has to go because I want to expand that department. So when he went and the university was fighting him.
I see that Mama is really excited. Please, a round of applause. Before the Vice Chancellor presents, Mama did not only breed a Funab Alpha, she also bred a professor in person of Professor Tuminino Adebambo, who is also a biotechnology par excellence. Please, a round of applause for Emeritus Professor. Thank you very much.
So,
all right, sir. Thank you.
It is my singular honor to present this award of excellence to Mama Alpha,
Yes,
Mama Roslyn Institute, Mama Founder,
yes,
the grandmother of biotechnology in Funab,
yeah,
Professor Arioka Adebambo, for your exemplary leadership and service to advancing excellence in biotechnology. Today, March 13, 2025. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you. Let's sustain the applause. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Congratulations, ma'am. While we allow the Vice Chancellor to please have a seat, we'll call on the next awardee. And that's in person of Professor Adewale Olusegun Obadina. We know that he's not around. Oh, I've not seen him. He just walked in. I didn't see him. All right, so we'll call on the next awardee, who was also a director at the Biotechnology Center, 2016 to 2019, Professor Adewale Olusegun Obadina. I'll ask and crave the indulgence of the keynote speaker of today, Professor Christopher Kimbile, to please do this presentation on our behalf. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
This award of excellence is presented to Professor Adewale Obadina. You are honored for your exemplary leadership and service to advancing excellence in biotechnology. Congratulations.
Beyond this, Professor Obadina is serving in the AAU right now. He's on sabbatical, and we thank you very much for coming to honor us. Thank you, sir. We'll go on to the next awardee, and that's another director, a former director of the Biotechnology Center. The center has produced a lot of people. Professor Popola is an NRF recipient and is doing excellently well, using biotechnology to make a difference. I'd like to call on Professor Akinola Popola to receive his award. He served as the director of the Biotech Center from the year 2019 to the year 2022. May I please request that Professor Charles Adetunji to present the award. I know why I'm doing that. Thank you. Round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, on behalf of this center, before I said this, let me reiterate this from the society, which was sixth volume, where we co-edited with Professor Popola. It's the first biotechnology textbook in Nigeria. And I'm telling you, I'm a series editor there. The book is the most sold book around the globe. I went to Oxford, Cambridge, I saw the book on the shelf. So it's well deserved. So on behalf of this award of excellence is presented to you, sir, our distinguished Professor Akinola Popola. You are honored for your exemplary leadership, serving to advance excellence in biotechnology. Congratulations, Daddy.
Thank you very much, sirs. Now and recognize another director from the Biotech Center. I would ask that the current director of the Biotech Center please step down to receive this award on behalf of Professor Veronica Uzochukwu. She was the director of the Biotech Center from 2002 to 2009. I would request the registrar to please present this award to presently the national president of the Biotech. Thank you very much, sir.
I will do this presentation under one condition. You have said a lot about biotech. I've made up my mind that at the beginning of next session, I'm going to obtain a postgraduate form to pursue biotech. On behalf of the Biotechnology Center, Federal University of Agriculture at Beokuta, this is in recognition of your commitment, contribution to the center to be what it is today. And they have actually acknowledged this, and that is why this award is being presented to you. So this award of excellence is presented to Professor Sylvia V. Uzochukwu in honor of your exceptional leadership, service to advancing excellence in biotechnology on today, 13 March 2025. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, the registrar can still stand. With due respect, sir. I would like to call on the next we reached out to him. Is away on the next awardee, person of Professor Kolawon Onogbeson. He was the director of the Biotech. May I request that Professor Tuminu very much? Please. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, I would like you to be the one to kindly present this award. This award is about biotechnology, though not about biotechnology or Federal University of Agriculture, but he has been a contributor since he resumed work here as a visiting professor in the Biotechnology Center. I would say and proudly also say that he is or was the 2023 Scopus highest rated scholar, and again in 2024, the Scopus highest rated scholar in biotechnology. You'll agree with me with this presentation, you know is indeed a big fish. Can I invite the Vice Chancellor, ably represented by the GVCA, Professor Odi Akemi, to do this presentation. I will invite the awardee, Professor Charles Adetunji, to receive it. Thank you very much, sir. Can you sustain the applause? Please, this is not small. It was 2023, and it was again in 2024. So we're looking forward to 2025. So, Prof, please keep the flag flying. Thank you, sir.
Adetunji, in recognition of your outstanding achievement as the 2024 Scopus highest rated scholar in biotechnology. This day, March 13, 2025. Congratulations, sir.
A very big congratulations, sir. Thank you very much, VC. Thank you, sir. And as you raise your award, sir, can I ask that you remain standing? Please, can I ask that you remain standing? And also the Director of Biotech Center. Right now, we'll be going to that last aspect of recognizing and appreciating all contributors, all partners of the Biotechnology Center. These are companies all around us. I know there are some companies that we have not recognized or institutions, but please pardon us. But we have these four that will be receiving this award today from the Biotechnology Center. I'd like to call on the representative of Stabvida to please come out and receive this award on behalf of the company. Thank you very much. And that will be Professor Tumininu Adebambo. Thank you.
Sir, this award of excellence is sent to Starrick Feeder in recognition of unwavering support and partnership with FUNAB Biotechnology Center. Congratulations for all the good work, sir.
Congratulations. Kindly extend our appreciation. We'll call on the next rep for this award. This award goes to the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, Ibadan. I would like to call on the representative of the organization to please come down. Do we have the rep here? All right, please, we'll call on Dr. Ranjana. Thank you very much. You're welcome, ma'am. A round of applause as she received this award on behalf of the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture. Thank you very much.
Man, Kiseo, Barrio, this award of excellence is presented in recognition of your unwavering support and partnership with FUNAB and with the Center of Technology.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate the continued support. I will call on the rep of Inkaba. Inkaba has been with us for many, many years, and we appreciate your support. The representative of Inkaba is coming down. I apologize. I don't know your name. I would have called. So, Thank you very much. That's the representative of Inkaba to receive the award on behalf of the Dr. Adedeji. Thank you very much, Dr. Adedeji, for your partnership. Kindly extend this to the director. Thank you.
This award of excellence is presented to Inkaba in recognition of your unwavering support and partnership with FUNAB Biotechnology Center.
We crave your continued support. Please don't relent. And finally, thank you, Vice Chancellor. Finally, we'll be calling on the representative of AGBL to please come forward to receive this award on behalf of the company. They have been good partners progressing the field of biotechnology. Thank you, madam. You're welcome.
This award of excellence is referred to AGBL Nigeria in recognition of your unwavering support and partnership with FUNAB Biotechnology Center. Congratulations, we are proud of.
Congratulations, Madam Ajasa. We recognize you. Thank you very much. So we want to thank you, sir. You don't need to remain standing any longer. Please, you can come to your seat. Can you each jam our hands together for them as they proceed to their seats? Thank you very much, sir. I want to say thank you to everyone for allowing us to serve in this committee. We're very grateful. Thank you.
Let us put it together for Dean Biosciences, Professor Yabode Kehinde. We appreciate that presentation. Thank you very much, ma'am. Let me quickly inform us that we have goodwill messages according to what I have here, that Stavida, the representative of Stavida, would love to say one or two things. Permit me, as I want to invite to the microphone Professor Tuminin Adebambo. Professor Adebambo, we are waiting for you, sir. Thank you, sir. After that, we are going to have from Gaba, the representative of Gaba.
Thank you. I'll stand on the existing protocol. All greetings duly observed to every important person in the house. I'm representing Staff Vida, not as a staff, but as a collaborator of so many years. And I bring greetings from Staff Vida. I will be little something from the CEO. So, Dr. Ophio Flores sends his greetings, and I would like to say, ma, that he enjoyed the rich atmosphere of FUNAB when he visited in 2017, November 2017, and that was his first time in this area of Africa. He said he enjoyed the wealth of young people under STEM, because then he had to take a small lecture with close to 500 students, young students, in the class then at Kolanim. He also said he enjoyed the taste of fried dodo and jollof rice. One of the things he noticed when he was here then, that was 2017, was when we were trying to run some reagents, PCR extraction in the lab then, we waited so much for electricity. we had to, in the evening, move from the department when they took off the lights and went to Kolanim at the archery to go and finish our running on a battery. So then I called Tumi Adibambo. Tumi, is there something we can do so that things can be easier? And when I was returning the visit, there was long card program under Malik Slodoska. We came together and we said we can design something. Out of that program came one of the newest device, and this device is called Dr. Vida. So together we designed Dr. Vida then, and Dr. Vida is what we call a pocket PCR machine that even every individual, thank you, every individual, even student, can afford and keep as their personal PCR machine. And it uses what we call LAMP PCR, and you can run your qPCR, PCR methods in less than 30 minutes. Last week, before coming here, I was discussing with him, and he said he will be sending reagents before the end of half year on thermostable reagents. Dr. Vida works with refrigerated reagents, and presently they are planning to send down thermostable reagents. What does this mean, and what is the impact of this? This small device can be owned by even a young student, put it in his pocket with his Android or with his mobile phone, and carry a battery pack, the small one we use for phone, and go to the field, collect fresh sample without extraction, drop it in the thermostable reagent. It does not need refrigeration. Run diagnostics, run nucleic acid identification, and get its result out. Standard, this is ISO 1900, Europe identified. Meaning, one of the things we do that they collaborated with me in Acutic is how to democratize biotechnology so that every person, scientists, young people, can have their hand in biotechnology. Meaning that in the next few years, we don't have to ask young people, what is GMO? And they're thinking, I'm not concerned. They themselves can run things in their house and get you information as needed. Thank you all, and we send our love always from Staff Vida. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor, members of the High Table, permit me to move to this aspect, then we come back to continue with the program. Let's take group photograph. After group photograph, then we come back with the program. Thank you. God bless you. Two, participants can join us well. All participants, we can join us well. Congratulations, Professor Akinola Pukwala. All of us can join the group photograph for record purpose. So, to take the continue with the program. We acknowledge the presence of Rajana. We really appreciate your coming, and very soon your address. Funabite, you can join. Students, you can join. It's part of your record. I will be welcoming us back to the program. After the group photograph, we still want to hear from our people, the representative of Ngaba Biotech, in person of Dr. Adedeji. Dr. Adedeji will come up and give us Ngaba Biotech goodwill message. So we continue like that. After that, we now call on our keynote speakers, lead speaker, and so on, before we round it up today. And we appreciate all the organizers, the local organizing committee, for organizing this particular program. And I welcome Mama, our own Mama, Vice Chancellor said Mama Alpha, but I cannot call Mama Alpha, our own Mama. Try and buy Alpha chicken before you go. Try as much as possible to have two. For example, just take it and rear. You will know that Alpha chicken of Funab is superb. You have tasted Noila, broiler, and so on. But let's try Alpha. Funab Alpha is superb. Not that I'm doing any other thing, but I'm advertising our product. Thank you. Now, we are waiting for Dr. Adedeji, the representative of Ngaba Biotech, to give us short goodwill message before we move on. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I didn't plan I was going to give any speech, but I'm going to make it as brief as possible. All right, so I'm a representative of Ngaba Biotech. We're a genomic company in which our headquarters is in South Africa, and our West Africa branch headquarters is in Ibadan, Nigeria, and we are widely spread all over sub-Saharan Africa, down to the West Africa, North Africa, South Africa, and East Africa. There is no major African country you will go to that you won't find Ngaba Biotech. We're a genomic company which deal in anything genomic, as far as you can say. One major services are genomic synthesis of primers, probes. We run qPCR rows. We also run Sanger sequencing, whole genome sequencing, SNP genotyping. We also help in selling instruments, servicing the instruments also, and repairing the instruments. We also do bioinformatic analysis. We have a very large database team that we work on anything genomic. So if you have any research you want to do that is related to molecular studies, you can always reach out to us in Ngaba Biotech. I'm actually outside my stand, or you can see me within the building, and if you have any question, you can reach out to me. So just last month, Ngaba Biotech West Africa clocked 10 years, but our headquarters is actually 20 years. So it's actually a very strong mind, so we're actually doing strong in Africa. And I pray that we will see do more and good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. Now, we are for business now. We want to invite our speakers that will give us more information about biotechnology. Permit me, as I want to invite Professor Charles Adetunji, keynote address from our own professor. Please, let's put it together for him. After that, I know Dr. Rajana will still give us our own from RITA Ibadan. And also, we are still going to hear from Professor Christopher Akinbile after this.
Thank you, Baba. A round of applause for Baba. I don't like that kind of clapping. Nobody has clapped for Baba this morning. Welcome, sir. Yeah. Very good. To God alone be all the glory. I will make it very snappy. Baba? Baba, how many? No. You cannot go. Yeah. I have over 700. I have over 700 staff. 30 minutes. Oh, good. I will work with that. I will work with that. That will be fine. So, to God alone be all the glory. And this morning, I'll be talking about technology and economy development. This topic, if you know that you have some people that you want them to be a billionaire, if you know you want your friend or yourself, it's better you call them before I start this lecture, because I am here to expose our eyes on how all of us will become a billionaire. And if you don't have domiciliary accounts, it's better after this lecture, you go and open domiciliary account, because you cannot hear this lecture and become the same again by the grace of God. So quickly call everybody that you think they need to be a billionaire to come and listen to this lecture. So my topic is biotechnology and economy development. Now, having said that, I will start that biotechnology and genomics starts from the word of God. Anything you are doing without God is zero. There are three qualities that can make you great in life. The most important one is spiritually, academically, and grammatically. When you remove God factor from your life, that is zero. So, biotechnology we are talking today is from the word of God. You can see. From the era of COVID-19, so many parts, so many countries are still struggling. They have not even come to put themselves together, because the damages reported is only God that can help them. There was a paper I published in Lancet some months ago. We reported the same situation, that the whole world is still struggling about COVID-19. Now, there is a clarion call on all of us as a scientist to network and work together on how we could solve this global problem. So, if we are to do that, there are two things. Food insecurity. There was a video I watched. Some people were taking Semo on fire, and they were fighting on it. Environment, so many toxic things, so many things. How do we now have a clean city, provide food for the whole world? It has been stipulated that the whole world is going to increase drastically to 9 billion in the year 2050. So what are we going to do to produce this? We need a bioeconomy. Now, in US alone, over $350 billion. $600 billion in terms of pharmaceutical. Microbial bioeconomy is another one that we need to open our eyes. American alone, see up to 2.9 trillion. Now, this has led to a margin of a new process. There is a man that I studied critically, Professor Richard Ricardo, talk about comparative advantage. Why bioeconomy is very important. All of you could attest to me when Prof, our Mama Emeritus, was talking about innovation. Her testimony gladdened my heart. But in Nigeria, what do we know how to do best? What is David Ricardo saying? David Ricardo is trying to say that there is a need for us to focus more attention on what we know how to produce locally. If it's because of this chicken we have in Funab, we have cargo, aeroplane headline, what do we call it? Airports here, cargo airport here. It's more than enough. What is federal government doing? This is a call to action. So what is he saying? He's saying the drive toward bioeconomy requires production and acceleration of environmental product that is locally produced. And he's saying, postulating a nation that gain international trade advantage must focus on what they know how to produce best, more than the other nation. My current call today, what do we know how to produce best in Nigeria? Can we even answer that question? Have we celebrated our best brain? The people that have done so much. So Ricardo Modern is saying that trade patterns depend on productivity difference. There are so many other terms, but because of time, you can see the demand and the supply curve trying to meet up with the utility there, and the triangle there showing that some country produce wine in exchange for some other thing. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to produce and concentrate more on what we need to produce more. There are so many other theories like endogenous growth theory, the comparative theory I just talked about, Professor Ricardo, the description economics, human capital theory, innovation economy, commonly used by a lot of countries like Germany, senatorial theory like Ireland, they use that. Public good theory is normally used by United States, and ecological economics is majorly used by a lot of other countries in India, and some like investment infrastructure in Israel, this is their model. Global international trade theory by Switzerland. So we need to know the best economic theory that is going to help us because of their efficiency, cost, and a lot of things. So that means bioeconomy is very important. And we have them around us, but we don't know they are there. So we need to focus. So what is bioeconomy? Bioeconomy comprises of a lot of things, from several cycle plants, microorganisms, chicken, and a lot of bioresources that we have. How are we going to economy? Now, something changed my life as a visiting professor to Germany some years ago. When I got there, I was invited to come and give a talk just like this and have a collaboration for some months. When I got there, I now noticed there is a particular professor, Professor Eric Moore. He is more richer than the whole university. I have to change my research topic. I don't like money, but I like what money can do. So when I met the vice chancellor, sir, please don't let me come to Germany and come and watch film. I have to quickly change everything. I want to go to the lab of the most richest professor. Let me see the secret. So when I talked to him, he brought a book of greatness and riches in biotechnology. I was a little bit looking. He gave me a breakdown, and I have to use my camera to quickly take a picture. In every day, from one of the services they provide in that laboratory, they generate almost 7,000 euro or pounds or euro. Now, I want us to do a small calculation. Let's bring out our calculation. How much is 1 euro as of today? How much is 1 euro, please? Mommy. Mommy said 1,008. So 1,008 times 7, how much is that? And they used to see up to 10 services of that in a day. So how much are they generating in that laboratory? I want you to show how the professor was the most richest. That is going like 70,000 euro every day. 70,000 euro times 30, how much is that? 70,000 times 365, how much is that? Because they don't rest. That's why I joined their lab, and that was what changed my orientation. So there are so many notable professors apart from Professor Eric, like Professor Jennifer, Kanbai, Church, US, and Professor Sebag, Young, and our dear professor that developed a breed line of that chicken, that our Mama here, is also among. So let's clap for Mama here, because we must be very proud of our very own and what we are doing. And so many other people that have done a lot of other interesting things. So what do we need to do? We need economy that can provide job for us. We are most of our graduating students are just going, what is our plan for them? Our economy that will boost our agricultural productivity. New industry. How many of us have in industry? Growth, competitiveness, industrialization, sustainability. We need infrastructure, research, climate change, mitigation, a lot of things. We need there's no need to solve it. So are we going through the literature review before we leverage researches? Yeah, so what do we need to do now? That is, there is a need for public-private partnership. And I saw some company that appointed me as their representative from 58 countries. And when we started the initiative, I was invited by the Honorable Minister. And now some universities, some departments are making, I can show it here, they are making up to $200 to $100 every month using. Are we really going to do? So that's why with my meeting with the Honorable Minister on how of agreed on how we can further ahead on that. So that means we have a lot of integrated value chain that we needed to look upon. Now, I make another visit to another university in Wageningen in the Netherlands, and I saw that there is another professor that is more richer than the whole university. I have to quickly change my lab to that person. I told you I don't like money, but I like what money can give. So when I met him also, I saw what we have there, that they don't even have 1/10 of all our natural resources. And before I know it, I saw a lot of things. I saw a man there. All the grain shafts, all the maize shafts, sorghum shafts, they turn them in particulate. They are using them to make board, using them to make plywood. We will just burn our own maize shafts, our own sorghum thing, and throw them away like that. Many people will even go and burn many. Another one I saw that shocked me waste milk. They produce a lot of milk in Netherlands. The cocoa pod that we just burn away and turn our pots, they are using to make concrete that is transported to South UK. They went to a lot of things to package laptop, package a lot of things, a lot of everything. The one that shocked me most was a man that I saw that was just harvesting all the weeds around. He will now turn it to a forage, selling it 10,000 euro, 5,000 euro. Igbo diowo, ileya. That's why I carry my bag. Let me go back home. Because I can now see that we are blessed, but we don't pay attention to what we have around us. Now imagine the number of Igbo around us. What are we doing to it? Somebody is turning Igbo to forage, sending in 1,000 euro, 2,000 euro. So I saw another person that was just harvesting spirogyra, harvesting all the green algae around, turning it into money. So what I'm trying to say is that there is a need for university industrial collaboration to boost circular and blue economy. And there are a lot of sectors. I've talked about digital economy is also there. So some of the university I'm partnering with that I've seen, that have used this as a model, includes all these universities from US and all. So what do we need to achieve? International collaboration, demand-driven research, impactful technology, public engagement, open access knowledge. Last year I was given an award by FCB and some governments of United Nations that some of my work is contributing to the advancement of sustainable development goal. And blue economy, I saw, as I was coming, I saw River Basin something around here. How many billion of dollars have we generated? Where is the center of excellence for blue economy? Thank God for the president that started under the Honorable Senator Itola that started the blue economy. Where is the blue economy? Where is poultry? Right now, we should have a cargo in Funab now. Maybe I will put it in my write-up that we can send to the federal government. Federal government do it, but when you make it just one page and to the right channel, they read, I write, they reply, they invite. So I think with what a lot of other technology from the Center of Biotechnology, it's high time now we package them. As I'm coming now, I find it from I have to go to Lagos, go everywhere before I could see plane that will bring me. So there should be an helipad or anything because of all these products, so that it can increase. So where is the greatest message I said in the blue marine economy and blue economy? We need to focus more attention on that and see what we can do. So some of the universities I've seen and have partnered with. In fact, let me tell all of us, World Bank give up to 10 billion US dollar, but we are not aware to people that are into blue economy. So we need to write them, launch into them, and key to it. What you don't know, you cannot know, and you cannot overcome, and you cannot become. So these are some of the universities that I have seen that are using that, and Stanford and a lot of California, even in Korea, they are using a lot of things, and a lot of research development are also there. I remember last year I was invited by Chinese government to come and give a distinguished talk to thousands of professors. So also Indian government also brought me. These are the things I'm trying to tell them, that we have a lot of resources. I remember a man that invited me some years ago to India, Professor Parikh Aswani, invited me. He developed 40 types of rice. And he was invited by the president as the president of India. And he invited me to his lab to come and help him to also develop something like biopesticides, where he doesn't want to apply a lot of pesticide on the feed. And we were there with the president of India here. So we have a lot of things. Is government even aware of the something of the technology, the biotechnological techniques, or the innovation we have developed? Do we blow our whistle? When you have a trumpet, you don't blow it, it will become rust. Learn to blow your whistle. You will post on Facebook, some people will be challenging you on LinkedIn. January last year, some 8 members from US came to Nigeria to come and look for me because they saw what I posted on LinkedIn. How many of you are on LinkedIn? How many of you on Google Scholar? How many of you are researching? How many of you are boasting? Boast about what you know how to do best. They will come and look for you. But I won't talk about some of that. So these are some of the initiatives that I've invited. So we need to also look at educational program and the curriculum. Now we are talking about BB Mass and some other things. Is it really going to solve our problem, or being engaged in the actual thing, but I don't want to go into that because of a lot of political reasons. So these are some of the workshop that we need to do. Like what we are doing now is very, very important to create more awareness. And these are some of the leaders of biotechnology that we have brought up. Industrial degree curriculum, technology and commercialization. Let me say something here. Anything we are all doing that you cannot commercialize, don't go into the research. Any research you are doing that you are not going to commercialize, let's give Mama another round of applause again. Why? Is because I like practical thing. That the whole world will see. So anything you are commercializing that you are producing, you cannot commercialize, don't go into it. Any research you want to start from today that will not end up to meet up a demand of somebody in your community, even yourself. Why are you doing research that cannot even solve your own personal problem? So it's very important. How many of us? It's not just about patents. I have several patents. We are talking about technology. I know one of my professors that make 40 million every month from his products. Yes, Professor Oloke, or let me not mention the name. So we need to do. I'm saying that so that some people will attest to what I'm saying, that I'm not just bragging. I'm talking with practical and so we need to analyze a lot of things. Now, let me now open our eyes. There are 4 readiness levels that we need to know. Technology readiness level, manufacturing readiness level, commercial readiness level, and business readiness level. You must be in one of them. Now, somebody will say, I have an idea. I don't know where to start. I'm coming. Let me see what is... Okay, let's look at this slide. It's the most important slide. Some of us will write grants. You will say, upon all the expertise, they did not pick my grants. I'm going to open our eyes. Where will I now start from? I have an idea. Number 1, if you have an idea, that is readiness level 1. If it's a business concept, readiness level 2. You have a thought, and your idea is true. That's 3. Created actionable plan, 4. You have produced a prototype. It's about to test the model. That is 5. You have designed and you want to see. Okay, that is 6. Full testing, 7. 8 is product adjustment. Like you have under car. Whenever you are driving, the hand will remove. They came up with some other product that are better. That is it. Now, ready for full commercialization. So what am I saying is that anything you are doing that you cannot, this is my own company, that you cannot commercialize, don't go to. And one thing we need to take from here today is that we need a research administrator that will support director of research on whatever we do. They are the one that will tell us this is the grant with WHO, this is the best kind of thing, this is the new. Look at the product, Prof. Just show us today. You can put it in your pocket. So we needed research administrator that will help us to manage all this. So there is need for international collaboration, stakeholder government to ensure that we are doing what we are supposed to do. Now, what do we do with Japa syndrome? It's also part of what is affecting our economy. I remember when I was listed as the most published professor in Africa and in Nigeria in terms of Scopus rating in biological and Greek sciences, I was invited by the Vice Chancellor of Unilorin to come and examine some professors, also examine some PhD students, and the management, the council, all of them, they call points, they call everybody. When last did we celebrate our best brain? We need to ensure it. That is part of what is affecting our economy. So that means a university have a role to play. And it will increase our skill. And when we are doing this now, before we can achieve success, we need to work together as a team player. We need to forget our grievances. We need to forget our pasts and work like a footballer. So let me quickly share some of my research that I have done before I will drop the microphone in terms of biotechnology, bioeconomy. There is something I always use that have been helping me. I normally emphasize, consult some point of view, define it, produce an idea, take it to the laboratory. I first of all go to the community to go and see what is lacking in the community. Now, take it to the laboratory, produce a prototype, and take it back. It's about community. Any research you are doing, when I was doing my inaugural some years ago, I have over 15,000 participants, and the hall cannot contain people, and I have over 41 kings that came. I am not a politician. I'm not a traditional ruler. I was shocked. What will 41 King come and do? They said, Prof, is your impact. This keratinase you are doing here, this technology you are giving to this, apart from this, this is what you are doing. I was shocked. All the food we prepare cannot meet the demand of the people on ground. You have to produce another one. So what I'm saying is about your impact. Any research you are doing that will not make impact, that will not make community, that will not make everybody to do. And it's not that we are not doing. We have a lot of technology on our shelf until we embrace transitional research. Transitional research is the key way. We are talking about Millennium Development Goal. It's an impetus to sustainable development goal. So what is it for us now? That the population has been forecasted as going to increase drastically to 9 billion in some years to come. We are all talking about Vision 2020. We are no more in Vision 2020 now. We are going to 2025 now. Are we still going to be saying Vision 2030 again without achieving anything? So the World Bank have stipulated that we need to include food security. And this is an agricultural university. I'm looking forward to where the whole world will come and leverage from what we have. Now, 4 major goals of our time: food security, climate changes, health challenges. We are producing graduates. How many of them can have a job, can produce whatever they have learned, translate it to physical things? Some are even tired that, why am I in school? Some people are even confused about the course they are reading. Some don't even know why they are in the university. So we need to answer all this. So some of the things we have done in my lab is pesticides and nanopesticides, and we have produced a lot of nano capsule and encapsulated. And what we do, because some of them produce a plasma resonance at 420 nanohem, and we produce carbon nanotube, and currently I'm collaborating with a lot of people from the government of China to produce it. We have also produced RNA-based technology from my laboratory, and we are doing lipid-based nanotechnology also, and we have gotten a lot of results. And also, not only that, we have produced a lot of agrochemicals that are eco-friendly, that can replace all the already known synthetic. And when our technology got to US, I was invited by the US government to write 6 textbooks. And these are the 6 textbooks in the area of agricultural biotechnology. And I have sold over 2 million of each copy. I think one goes for $250. So now, that is what we need to do. There was a time we were talking about technology, because I see farmers used to use already chemical or synthetic chemical, and we came up with a new environmental friendly and cost-effective pesticide. We have done the 16S RNA, the D1, D2 region, the interscribal spacer, and we have done a lot of phylogenetic alignment to show the homology of the best strains and compare with all other strains that has been known. These are the publications from our lab and collaboration. We went further to establish the mode of action, and this is showing the mode of action. And the world received and gave me an award in Asia as one of the best and outstanding professors out of 40 of us that contested for that award. And this is the picture for the award and the celebration. Do we have happy hour when people make and discover things among us? Do we celebrate ourselves? Do we celebrate our management? We need to cultivate the habit of Thanksgiving and celebrate our very own. So when I produce it, I was called upon by the Vice Chancellor that, Charles, you have produced this bioherbicide, but we have industry. I said it in some program before I traveled out last month, when I was invited by TechFund to give a talk in Abuja. I said to the ears that until we begin to have industry inside the university, we are still joking. That's why I'm happy with Funab water. I drank it, it's very nice, and a lot of other products. And I'm sure, so let's start for ourselves, we are doing very well. So I'm very sure that in some years to come, there will be many products. And I'm still envisaging an airport inside Funab very soon by the grace of God. I don't know the landmass, but I see something positive. So I will say that I was called upon by the Vice Chancellor that, yeah, you are producing in the laboratory. Charles, can you now come to the laboratory, to the industry, and produce it? So when I got there, the man just said, Prof, can you tell me your VVM? What is your inoculum development? What size? What is your CFU? What is this? What is this? So because I have optimized, because I have standard, and that's why it's not good to formulate results. Ensure you are doing. See, Mama was talking about the line, the breed, and a lot of things. If you call all our professors, all of them will tell you the actual science. You need to learn it. You need to embrace it. Some of you hate your supervisor because of telling you the right thing. You need to have a right attitude. Some of you don't like to see correction. We need to embrace correction so that we can become. So having said that, after some time, I came up with the product, and this is the active ingredient that's covered. And I went to a professor, a distinguished professor of chemistry, and I have to travel back because the industry now, when we now got to the industry now, we need to produce the active ingredient. So I went back for 2 years under a professor to go and learn chemistry. I learned HPLC, FTRR, SNN, and NMR up to depth 45, 90, 135, and COSI. And what we do, we got carbon multiple polarization transfer. We were able to establish the structure of the active ingredient. These are the publications in any part we are doing. And having said that, we begin to give it to farmers in Asia, in US, in UK, and we discovered that whenever rain falls, there is now a need for adjuvant. So I went back to another country, and I went, when I got there in Chandigarh, I was able to work and isolate a new compound, raminolipids, that when you add it to the herbicide, it will prevent the active ingredient from being washed away by the active ingredient in India. And you can see we now have a problem of mass production. So well, all I do is that I did solid state fermentation, submerged fermentation, and biophasic, and we're able to produce this. So you can see some of my students mass produce this. Please let's give an attention to this so that I can concentrate very well. It's highly disturbing me. So having said that, ecotoxicology effect, Italy government now opening that, Prof, once you have discovered this, we need to now produce. My time is coming up. I will soon round up. So we went to the ecotoxicology alignment, and we have established that is environmental friendly. And not only that, we took farmers on all the 6 geopolitical regions and economies. How many of us involve economies? We have patented it. And another breaking news is that we produce nanotubes for active passage of the active ingredients. And last year I was invited by China government to come and demonstrate and show how this works. We are also collaborating and started working on it. And these are some of the results that we have gotten, and it's actually working. Another great news is the production of Professor Suranjit. He's been a professor of environmental microbiology and biotechnology. So when I got there, when I was optimizing in the industry, my product was producing foam. So Professor Suranjit told me, he said, Charles, you have produced this chemical now. It's for you to produce this in my own lab too, because I think your house has a magic. I say it's God, but let me see what's going to happen. So I went there. As I was working, we were able to produce new surfactant that has never been reported in the whole world. So it has application in agriculture, industry, food, and a lot of other things. And this also serves as a replacement as a result. So this is the picture of when I was there, and we always have happy hour each time we discover something very, very new. And this is the process for the optimization. This is the process of sterilization. And this is the paper we have published. And these are some of the publications in leading paper that we have published. Not only that, we went for that to see, can we now produce and fabricate nanoparticle from the surfactants? And this is the patent. And I didn't know. When we got it, we got to a point that all the major universities in US have to call me that, Prof, since you are doing this great work and we have some of these products, can you write textbook for us? I said, no problem. So I came up with another 5 big textbooks, and I was surprised. I went to examine some professors abroad, and I saw my textbook in their library. So we might be black. Our brain is not black. So having said that, in some recent times, some of my PhD students, like 5 of them, are working now on nanoenzyme because I have to go back to go and study biochemistry again, because I discovered microbiology and biotechnology. Without biochemistry, I will not be strengthened because I have to understand pathway, I have to understand a lot of things. So we came up with nanoenzyme that have a lot of things, and my students, one of them now, that's supposed to have something that some people will shorted, wanted to kill himself. I said, don't kill yourself if you follow some of the things I'm doing. So now, the guy, I encourage him, he came up with nano sensor now that we can use to detect somebody that is about to have malaria, somebody that is about to have typhoid, and I will be on my phone, we'll get alerts. So when we send the proposal, I said, the mom just called me one day, he said, Prof, come and see your son, he want to hang himself and kill himself. And I called him, Victory, when will you die since you want to die? Why will you kill yourself when you are very intelligent? Because some people that block you. So today, whoever that is blocking you, don't look at them. Whoever that hates you, don't look at them. Look at the sources. Say, I'm going to pursue. I'm going to capture. I'm going to overtake. I'm going to become it. And I will break unbreakable record. When So when I told Victory, I was invited by the former Minister for Education to go and give a talk in Abuja. So I now told Victory that that boy that they said is the most dullest boy in your class, when we were there, because I'm not, okay, come together, come and meet me at the airport when they come and pick me. Then we got to the place I'm doing a big talk. So I packaged them. I said, all of you vice chancellor, these are my assistant professors. So when they were packaging envelope, they packaged for them. Maybe you want to kill yourself. Why are you counting? Bring it. So you understand what I'm saying? So he's now working on this, and I'm telling you as you are talking now, this thing took him to Canada now. He was giving a graduate assistance now, and he's going to start PhD without masters with this technology. So it's not just about doing a research. A research cannot showcase your products. There is no need to go into it. And we have used this nanoenzyme in a lot of aspects, which I'm going to show. And some of the results, we have used it as antibacterial in detection of ulcer and a lot of neuro generative disease, and it works perfection over. Some of them work as anti-inflammatory work. So these are some of because I understand chemistry, the activation, the mineralization, and the protonization, we're able to contain chitin to chitosan, and from the chitosan, we are able to produce a lot of other derivatives. We combine with some other products, and the paper was published, and that was what took me as a Jerusalem pilgrimage. I was there for some months, and I showed them how to extend orange for several years. At least it has gone up to 2 years, and they call it edible film and edible coating. I want to show you some of the. So this is me here in Israel, welcomed by the Vice Chancellor of the university. And after I have done the technology, show it to them. This is our own crab. This is how it can work together. There was another one that took me to Melbourne, where I showed them how microorganisms can help us to save people from food shortage. And this is me here at Melbourne University by the Vice Chancellor, showing them endophytes. Some of my PhD students also work on that. These are here. She works, she's already graduated. So that is it. So we have those natural resources. We need to begin to work on them. These are some of the post-harvesting that we have done using all this kind of thing. And nanotechnology, we have established that also. And I'm about to round up. Carbon nanotube I was talking about, these are just the, some of the things. This might take me another 1 week to go deeper into the research, because I know I have over 1,500 slides, but I'm going to round up and move on to, so that we will not be here for long. So these are some of the results we have gotten, and biosensor now. Okay, let me talk quickly on this. It's another breakthrough for us. So here now, we have some biosensor that if I'm at my home now, using, because of machine learning, because I understand machine learning, artificial computer and a lot of algorithm, we can have a data that, prof, there is a pest that want to invade your farm. Quickly go and apply this. When you plant cowpea, it will sensitize you that in last tomorrow, if you did not apply this particular pesticide, you're going to have a particular loss. So we have a single wall and double wall and a lot of other things that we have actualized. But because of time, I will not be able to, so that I'll be able to round up in the next 5 minutes. So we have used it in an environment, and also we carry farmers along, and these are some of them. So I did a lot of breakthrough research during the COVID-19 when nobody can go to the lab. So we were working with dry lab. So I came up with sarcopene P450 because I understand that some of them play a crucial role in the mitochondria of the cell. So we also apply it in an environment, can need help to remediate and mitigate issue of heavy metals, pesticide, and heavy metal hydrocarbon. So also this one is another breakthrough that gave us. We were trying to see cassava mosaic virus. We produce cassava because of the staple. It's a staple food that we use in Africa, but losses, according to U.S. government, is very, very huge. So what did we do? We conduct the work in Cameroon, Malaysia, U.S., a lot of other things. We were able to compare the biological process, cellular ontology, and the molecular function ontology. And we were able to combine that, and this is showing the result from the work. And interestingly, after we done that, we did that also on Aspergillus virus. And Melinda Gates recognized what we were doing and gave us an award. Not only that, American Society of Microbiology gave us an award. Federation of European Microbiology Society in Europe recognized what we did because some of them tried our model and it was working. And these are showing some of the results from our laboratory. Let me now talk about the last breakthrough here. Okay, this second to the last. This one was an initiative by the US, European, Asian, Caribbean, Pacific, because whenever farmers spray all these pesticides that we produce, it's not going. So we need to produce a genetically modified carbon nanotube that will allow easy passage of the active ingredients. So we did that, and it gave us, I will not talk about in billions of dollars that came to our pockets for security reasons. So we went further to see. When I got to another country, I was invited by Italy government that, Prof, you have solved Israel problem. Come and solve our problem here in India, because allografting and allofting is a problem. And US government alone spent over $2 billion for allografting and allofting. So what did we do? I now told my wife to send, I was telling the story the other time, send some of these egg waste so that osmoconductive, oxidative, and oxygenic cells can be put together. These are eggshell. I now gather all the eggshell, the locally one, Because I saw it from the Hausa people. When people broke their leg, they take them to Hausa. They use all this chicken. So I study all those technology until we go back to our father and our mother here. All our professors here. How did you get to that level? We will not get anything. We need to go back to our base, to our source. So these are some of the results. Because this has over 800 presented, but because of this, I make it just 2 slides. So that is the patent that was signed by President Tinubu that we are going to command the commercial application of this. So I'm begging for a very big industry, maybe in Port Harcourt, Kano, Lagos, that we have it. So we are all above 40, and some of us are not to 40. We need to eat well as we are going. This is the drug from my supervisor I was talking about that make our 40 million every month. What are we thinking about our own products? On the last notes now, I know Baba is ready to come and take the mic. I've overspent my time. We need now to, let's all of us slap our VC here in this university. Because I'm very impressed with the level of things I'm seeing. So we beg government for more research. We need to cultivate more cultural research. There are over 100 research universities I have visited, and I saw they are doing well. I see FUNAB joining the league very soon by the grace of God. And we are best in Africa and top in world in terms of agriculture. Let's laugh ourselves. So we need to have academic industrial collaboration. And this chart here, let me see. Yeah, this one here. This is the most important slide in this lecture today. Until we commercialization as our essential set, we are going nowhere. Industry, research, university need to work together. So if you look at the universal set there, it is commercialization. Any product you are doing, any research you are doing, you are not going to commercialize. Don't go onto it. So in conclusion, today's lecture has kindled and renewed our hope for the scientific community, deepening our connection between societal well-being and impact of this scientific innovation. We need to expose our young students, encourage our professors. More teamwork is very necessary. This is what we need to achieve all what I've been talking about. This is teamwork. Without this teamwork, it's not going to work. I have some questions. When last did you visit primary school? This is me visiting primary school, secondary school in my state. There was a time CBN governor came to my lab in my university. Prof, I want to see what you are doing. This is the CBN governor there. Come me to see. When you blow your trumpet and they see your product, they will come. Then money will not be your problem. Money will never be our problem by the grace of God. So this is me after I was given by the fellow in London. I was talking about keratinase and so many other things. So I'm looking forward, when I was said I was #1 professor in terms of publication, in terms of Scopus rating. This is the evidence. This is one for Africa in terms of biology and agric science. And Stanford University, I've been on their rating by the grace of God, not me, it's God's grace. And also an affiliate of MOU. Some of the textbooks are there. If you need any one of them, I'm looking for many of these collaborations. And the Recent Advances is a program I do every year, where this one was nominated for Nobel Prize. He came to Lagos last year. Professor Akin Bile was also there. So you can see many of these things we are doing. National Assembly, I've been invited. I know this was 2016 when Nigerian culture was banned to Europe. I was a consultant that was brought on board too. So we need to advocate. We need to show what we are doing. These are some of the vice presidents, and these are some of my students. I'm a fellow also of Biotechnology, to God be the glory. A fellow of Biotechnology. This with me with the president of India. And I would like to appreciate all our leaders. Let's clap for our leaders for making us to do the right thing. I would like to appreciate Professor Olufunke Bolatito and the past director, all our professors in attendance, deans and HOD. And I cannot say it all. I have over 1,500 slides, but because of time I have to stop here. And you can see more of it in my inaugural lecture. Thank you for all the governments and everybody. I'm very grateful.
Please, let us sustain that applause. I can see our Professor He said, I don't like money, but I like what money can do. And at the same time, our professor challenged us that we should bring research from book to the market. We should open that research that we kept inside that book, take it to the market. So we appreciate it. Please, let's appreciate him once more. Thank God that we didn't give him. Let me invite speaker, will not take much time. I know.
Our population is increasing. The demand for food and fiber is also increasing. But we're not growing food that is sufficient enough to meet our needs. And that's why the prices are rising. If you go to the market today, I'm sure what you're going to meet there will be different from what you met last week. Now, he said by 2030, and I'm quoting him now, that the size of food and agri-business in Africa will be about $1 trillion American dollars. And so if you are thinking of making money, don't think about gas, oil and gas. Think about agriculture. He made this statement in 2018, and he said the future millionaires and billionaires in Africa will not be coming from oil and gas, but they'll be from agri. He said nobody smokes gas, nobody drinks oil, but everybody eats food. If you have not eaten this today in this room, I'm sure you will eat. But you can probably do without going by road, going by whatever, going by your bike, or by your car, or by your motorbike and all that. But definitely you will eat. So we should be thinking that the money, the next set of money that we're expecting, or the next of millionaires and billionaires and trillionaires will be expecting, probably will come from agri sector. Nigerian government has spent nearly 1 billion naira importing, despite the fact that we have increased marginally during the last dispensation and now, putting a lot of money in agriculture. But what we are putting in is far cry from what we expect. And that is why the output is not commensurate to the input, And the CBN also have information with respect to what we are putting in on importation. We bring in too much things that we can produce. You heard from the last speaker a lot of what has been done, and a lot of what can be actually localized in Nigeria and make us to be self-sufficient, particularly in food production. So what is biotech? This is an elementary way of telling you that when you add biology to technology, you get biotech. I'll be talking to you from the angle of technology. I am an agric engineer by training, and I also deal with food. I also deal with packaging, I deal with processing, I deal with growing, how we can actually use irrigation to maximize food production so that we can become self-reliant and self-sufficient in food production. One person made this statement in NABDA, and I won't talk much about NABDA. He said biotechnology is a powerful and innovative tool for improving food security. To what extent have we taken advantage of that? Leaves so much to be desired. And he said together, let us revolutionize agriculture and build Nigeria where no child goes hungry. The Sustainable Development Goal #1 is that you want to end hunger by all means and at all costs by 2030. But the way things are now, that seems to be like a mirage, because all the indices do not show that hunger will end by 2030. In fact, it's increasing in the land. All right? So what are the types? You have industrial, it was focusing more on the medicinal, biotech, how you can solve this and all that. And like I said, I will speak to you from the angle of food, just agriculture, because I'm an engineer. What are the challenges? What are the benefits? These are things, improves labor supply, education. That's why we are here, to be educated. And also, it allows us to transform foods and treat water and do all sorts of things. So I won't into monsters. And that is why, generally speaking, we do not seem to embrace genetic modified food. Import and take to my base in Akure. You know, we were taught by my vice chancellor then. Interestingly, he shares the name with your former vice chancellor here, Professor Adebisi Balogu, who says you must localization. Localization. You must think globally, but you act locally. So I'm going to be visiting you and your farm and see how we can actually replicate that. All right. So these are a number of things. That you use biotech for in agriculture. See, these are textbook things that I guess you do genetic engineering. I have eaten rice that I produce in my yard. And so that's why I'm just doing that as a representative sample. The first thing we must do is we must revolutionize agriculture through technology. It has come to stay. We don't have another way to it. Yes, we talk about agricultural mechanization. You bring in earth-moving equipment to clear the land and all that. But there are technologies that can make hazardous tasks very simple and wonderful. And those are the ones we are talking about, precision agriculture, that you are bringing in electricity electronics technology into agriculture. They use arrow, please. Let's see the development of Israel. I have also been to Israel a couple of times. Can you please, let's see agriculture in Israel. So we see robotics, how it operates in Israel. We see how they use it to, I think I should keep quiet so you can just strain your ears and listen to it. This is drip irrigation. Okay? Just administer the exact quantity of water you require to grow crop so that you conserve water, you save, or the remaining you use in growing more food. Look at their greenhouse and what they are doing there. Okay? And that has helped considerably. They are using wastewater. Israel recycle about 87% of their wastewater, and they use it for agriculture because rain doesn't fall in Israel. All right? And they will treat it and take it back. There are about 4 or 5 meters in each household. You have the one for good domestic water consumption. You have the one for agricultural water if you are power practicing. Now, this is artificial intelligence where you use robotics to pick seeds and sickness, crops that have diseases and all that. And then all these things you are saying were grown on a desert, complete desert, where they practice. Okay, go ahead, please.
Give the farmer a report, and then he can spray according to this report. Just where in his field we can find the weeds, he can apply spraying just there.
BioBee uses predatory wasps to control insects as a biopesticide, and thereby reduces the need for chemical pesticides by up to 70%. Groundwork BioAg uses tiny microscopic fungi to help plant roots absorb more nutrients. This increases crop yield with less fertilizer.
So the fungus penetrates the plant root. It effectively extends that root in an underground web. Fungus can break down nutrients that are otherwise unavailable to the plant and physically mobilize them into the plant.
FF Robotics makes robots with computer vision that can actually pick fruits straight off the trees. Supplant uses big data and sensors to talk with plants to know exactly what nutrients they need and when they need to be watered. With more people on the planet, we need to grow more food with less water and smarter, cleaner processes. This is the next agriculture revolution right here in Israel.
All right. So you can stop. Wait. Yeah, please, thank you. So those technologies have been around for nearly a century or more than 1 century. They are not new technologies as it were in Israel. And that's why it's giving them, Israel exports the largest fruits and the best to every part of the world. That's the only country that US patronizes as far as fruits is concerned. Why are they wary? When you use wastewater that is not waste treated, those plants, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, can hyperaccumulate toxic substances. And once you store that into those plants and you consume them continually, chances are that your internal organs could be affected on the long run. So the only one they are sure of that their wastewater treatment is excellent and that they are sure that the quality of what they are producing will not be injurious for human consumption is only from Israel. And that's why that's the only country they patronize. Next is strengthening agricultural value chain. We should get to a point that right from pre-harvest to post-harvest, you put a value chain on it, and you make it a bit competitive such that every level of it produces money. My friend said he doesn't like money, but he likes what money can do. At every level, there's an economic importance on the agriculture if you put a value chain on it. Right from planting to tilling the ground, to pre-harvest, to post-harvest, to packaging, to market and everything, you have money on it. We need to get to this point, and so that we minimize waste. Because food wastage itself is food insecurity. We have a culture that negates food security. You leave food deliberately. You are not satisfied. You leave. The WHO had actually, FAO had actually confirmed that when you waste food, it contributes to ozone layer depletion, and you're also promoting food insecurity. So value chain is very important. We also must, at this juncture, and that's why I think the core of this conference, which is having pathway to sustainable future, should be emphasized that we should embrace agri-tech foods. We were in a conference where people were actually already dissuading people and saying terrible things about genetically modified foods and all that. No, we are not saying that they are exactly very good. But if laws are put in place to ensure that the excesses is cut, we need this to feed our population. We said officially we are 180 million, but we are well over 237 million. How do we eat? Why would the price not go up if only we rely exactly only on the primitive way of producing food? So we need to really embrace agri-tech food. And the next is to collaborate. I have had these times and over again today. We come together, we work together, engineers, biotechnologists, everybody, the plant pathologists, the agronomists, we work together and ensure that we charge a common cost to solve our problem. You know, the solution of African problem lies in Africa and is with the Africans. In the same manner, solution to Nigerian problems lies with Nigerians. And many of them are in this room, and they are in Nigeria. There's no way you can import solution from outside, and you think it will be good. The reason why most of those tractors are not working here is that because they did them for the country where they were developed. And it's just consigned to the culture, the climate, and everything. When it gets here, with our sunshine, with our soil and all that, it cannot be effective. But tell someone to develop a tractor that can work in African soil. It will be more effective than the one you bring in. So it's important for us to know that. All right? We should promote this education. And it shouldn't be just at the university level. I'm happy for the centers of biotechnology that are now springing up in universities and all that. But let's go back to the roots. Let's go back to the basics. Let's go back to the university, to the primary school. Confucius says, is a Chinese philosopher, says if you plant for 1 year, grow rice. If you are planning for 10 years, you plant trees. But if you are planning for 100 years, you must educate. Because the thin line exists between a rich man and a poor man. It is not information, it is education. It is not education, it's information. And until you pass that information across at a very tender age, you know there are people who are rich who are not educated. And there are people who are, despite their education, very poor. So we must understand that that information is critical. And we have to pass it right from the basics. Right? If you go to the Chinese schools, you see those children at a very tender age toying with things that seems abnormal. But by the time they come up, they are the one doing unimaginable things. They are the one that build bridges under the river. They are the one that build rails over skyscrapers and what have you. So education is very key. Number next, this has also been spoken about today, public-private partnership. When we were growing up, before we pick up our career as academics, we were talking about marriage between town and gown. You be able to solve the problem of the environment. That is universality, university. But there is a disconnect these days. People want to do their own thing their own way. Nobody cares to solve the problem that is peculiar to Abeokuta. Nobody cares to solve the problem bedeviling Nigeria with respect to security or insecurity or even energy or infrastructure. All right? Until we bring that, he showed us, he said that was one of the most important slides. And there was an overlap between the town and the gown. And until we get there, because most of these organizations you see outside will go to the institutions and universities and present their problems. The problems are solved and taken back to the institutions. And by so doing, money is saved that will have been lost to importation. And then many people will get jobs. And that engender development in those countries. We have to, learn that and also imbibe that. And the final point here is we must move from turning our researches to products. Turn your patents to product. Thank you. You won't do that the second time. I'm sure I will round off now. We must move from shelf that you just want to get a degree only to what can be visible and can benefit the community. Very important. All right, this is my closing remark. The technology advancement and application in agriculture is key to the future of food security in Nigeria. And when we embrace these technologies, it helps to drive its adoption. You must also know that until and unless we do this, achieving food security in Nigeria may be a mirage. And therefore, our collective efforts must be put in place to ensure that we can feed ourselves now and in future. This is my parting shot. Life is like riding a bicycle. And to keep your balance, you must keep moving. This is my contact. I'm from FUTA. Professor Oboye, I was looking forward to meeting her. Unfortunately, I will say what they have said here concerning her to her when I get to Akure. And these are the links. My inaugural lecture, The Wealth of Waste from Water to Rice, talking about wastewater. I hope I didn't bore you. Thank you very much for your time.
Please, we can continue. Very brief, but we really appreciate it. We can appreciate it more. My professor, I'm looking for a time when we are going to have mango round year. All these tomatoes round year. So that is when we are going to see researchers, they are working in Africa. And I know our profs, they are thinking of what I'm saying today. We are still going to have questions and answers, but we want to pile it up so that we're not going to waste much time. Let me quickly invite the third person that will give us brief lecture. And who is that person that I'm talking about? I'm talking about Dr. Rajana from IIT Ibadan to come and give us our speech. Please, let's put it together for her. Thank God that we are having one female, Professor Emily Ayojon, we always say gender. So we are having female ma. So we are having Dr. Rajana. And I know she will go straight and give us vital information. Thank you. Please, let's put it together for her.
It seems, good afternoon. It seems the women, I am not important because all are leaving. So women seems to be not important. Is it correct? That's what it seems like, right? Or everybody is hungry. That could be it. But students, if you leave such a talk, then it's not good for you. So anyway, I think some of you worked at IITA. I just met you who came to IITA to do your PhD work with Dr. Lava, which is good. I'm just looking for this one to come up. Good. So I'm Dr. Ranjana Bhattacharjee. I've been in Nigeria for last 16 years. So I should say Ekushe, right? And Eshe to the organizers for inviting me to come here, right? And do the speech. So my talk is more like, I'm more a genomics person and not a biotech person. So there's a difference between the genomics and biotech. Genomics is more to do with genes and also with DNA, etc. And biotechnology is more with genetic transformation as well as GMOs, etc., etc. But I will try to cover as much as possible. both, right? Because we have to do both. But my expertise is mainly on plant breeding and genetics, and mainly with quantitative genetics and genomics assisted breeding. Now, I kept those yams, cocoa, taro, those are the crops that I work with, basically. Yeah? And I have been doing a lot of work, and we have heard a lot of achievements of others before me. So I'm not going to speak about my achievements much, but I'll give you a flavor of what I have done so far being here at IITA. So where do I point? It's not moving. Maybe you move for me. Yep. So if you have not been to IITA, which is International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, then that's how IITA looks. It's a 1,000-hectare area, and we have about 5 hubs around Africa, and that's how it looks. And let me not go, but these are the different crops that we work on: maize, cowpea, yam, soybean, and others, cassava, banana and plantains, cacao, coffee, African yam bean, bambara groundnut, and many others. Next, please. Many people have spoken about the global challenges, but you will see this, climate change is something that we are really experiencing, and this is the truth. The temperature is in the rise. Somebody has already told that the population, the global population, is going to be 9.7 billion by 2050. And then Africa is one of that continent which is going to get the most of its impact. And malnutrition. I had a project called Double, Burden of Malnutrition. You may be very poor and you don't eat nutritional food. But if you are rich, you are also not eating nutritional food, right? Because you are drinking Coke, going to Chicken Republic, going to McDonald's, and you are eating burgers, etc. So the nutrition, that burden is double, on everybody. So there is obesity, there is a lot of other things, and that's maximum in Africa. Yeah? Next, please. Somebody said they love to eat rice, but you have your indigenous food like yam, which is nutritionally very, very good. And people are shifting from yam to rice because it's easier to cook and you don't have to pound, right? Anyway, next slide. So this is what it is. Anything that you want to do, you need to have the germplasm for it. If you don't have the initial germplasm, you cannot do anything. And that's why this slide is not mine. I have taken it from somebody. And this shows that, when you have the gene bank, and IITA has the gene bank, where we can actually store or conserve cowpea collection, banana collection, whatever, for perpetuity, for 100 years or more. Yeah? And that's your starting material if you are working on agriculture. So you take those germplasm and then you work with it, either conventional method or biotechnology or genomics, whatever you want to do. So that slide summarizes that. And it says that there are about 7.4 million germplasm accessions that are conserved in about 1,700 gene banks around the world. And 13% of them is in the CGIAR Institute. IITA is a CGIAR Institute, which means it's a consultative group of international agricultural resources. So we are a part of CGIAR, okay? Next, please. So coming to yams, yams there are 600 species of yam. And if you eat yam, your glycemic index is going to be very, very low. So when it is like that, if you have diabetes and hypertension and you eat yam, you will be actually much better than eating your rice and cassavas. Yeah? And we work on that. So next, please. So if you look at this global distribution of yams, you see that Nigeria is the highest producer of yams in the world. Can you imagine that? This is the country which is the highest producer. But then your governments don't even do any agricultural transformation of this crop. And why? Because you produce so much that you don't even consume. Half of that is rotten. You cannot even, export it to the other countries because it remains in the port and gets rotten because it has got a shelf life. So Nigeria is the highest producer. And that's where, and this is a crop of highest nutritional value at the moment, but it's an orphan crop. Next, please. So I had a project called NSF Bread Project. It's funded from US. And then we did some work on whole genome sequencing. So even if you want to do GM or genetic transformation, you still need the whole genome sequencing. Next, please. So what we did the whole genome sequencing of water yam. I am also involved in white yam that we have already done. So yams are dioecious crop. What does that mean? It means that the male and the female flowering happens in two different plants. Monoecious, maize is a monoecious crop. That means the male and female flower is in the same plant. But in yam is in different plants. So what happens? The male flowers, but the female does not flower. So what happens when it happens like that? You cannot actually do hybridization or crossing to produce your improved varieties, right? So we did that work, and at the genetic level, we found the gene that is responsible for male flowering. So the male flowering we can find out, but when it comes to female, it gives three groups. One is female, another is monoecious, and another one is non-flowering. What does that mean? It means that the flowering trait in yams is still under evolution or domestication. It has not evolved fully. And that's the power of genomics. That's the power of genome sequencing, that you can decipher or dissect so many things at genetic level. Next, please. So we also, what does the reference genome do? So we can do something like disease resistance. For example, like anthracnose disease in water yam. So we did all that work and we found the genes responsible for diseases. Next, please. So I feel very proud. I am an Indian, right? I'm not a Nigerian or an African, am I? Right? So I'm an Indian, but I'm the first person in Africa to get this award from Illumina. Yeah? First in so many years, even in IITA. This is called Genome Sequencing Project, and this is Illumina's Greater Good Initiative Award. And this is the message I want to give you, young generation. I applied it in 2021. I did not get it. I could have just left it. I did not, and I was trying to figure out why didn't I get it. So what I did is, I tried to go back to my proposal, find out what was wrong in my proposal that I was rejected. So I again made some changes in that and I reapplied and I got it in 2022. So that's what it is. please don't hesitate to knock the doors. Unless you knock a door, they will not know that you will need that. You need something behind the door. So keep knocking at the door and you will get somewhere. At least you will make an impact with time. So this is something where we did 1,000 germplasm of yam across different species, and we did some work and we are now dissecting a lot of things. Next, please. And then multi-omics. You just cannot use genomics nowadays. You need to use different omics technologies like transcriptomics, metabolomics, phenomics, a lot of proteomics, a lot of things. Just by identifying a gene doesn't give you anything. You have to go deeper inside to understand the gene expression. So you need to work with RNA, just not with DNA, but also with RNA. And that's what we do in our lab. Please, next. Femi is one of our ex-lab, right? From IITA Bioscience. So next, please. Then, we used metabolomics in yam, and we found a lot of secondary metabolites to find out why it has such low glycemic index. Next, please. So what we did is, we identified a lot of secondary metabolites, and those are all there. Unfortunately, I can't share you the slides because these are not published yet. So these are some findings that I can't share. Okay, next please. So we found something called shikimic acid. Shikimic acid is used for producing viral drugs or drugs. So shikimic acid is present in yams. So next please. So if you look at this, shikimic acid naturally is present in Chinese star. That star you see, that's the one. But if you look at the level of Chinese star, anise is very low, but in case of yam, it is very, very high. And this is an indigenous crop of your country, right? And so much research can be done already. There is another PhD student who recently finished, and she found the actual metabolite that is responsible for low glycemic index. And this is a market of 1.8 billion per year. Yeah? So that's what it is. Next, please. And we just don't do this much. We also classify the agroecologies. You just cannot have a variety grown for Abiukuta and tell that it will grow in Ibadan. It cannot, because the environment changes. And that's where you need to classify the agroecologies, and you need to say something market demanded varieties or consumer preferred varieties. The consumers of this region may not be the same as consumers of another region. So that's what we do. Next, please. And then we just don't pick parents just like that and cross them. I'm sure even in human beings, we just randomly don't pick somebody and go and marry, right? So we have to make a selection of parents. So we do a lot of studies to make sure that we select the right parents and then make the crosses to produce improved varieties. And IITA, along with national partners and NRCRI, National Root Crops Research Institute, we have released several varieties of cassava, yam, maize, soybean, and they are all grown across Nigeria. Yes, please, next. So skip this, go to the next one. So, we also do the genome editing, and in case of yams, we have already done the genome editing and we have the protocol. Nowadays, we have got a project from Gates Foundation where we are working on reducing the stature of yam because it's very costly because of the vine. You have to stake it, and that's very, very costly. So we are not just identifying the genes, but we are identifying the agroecologies, the structure, agronomy, etc., so that it's a package that we give it to the farmers. Next, please. So I was asked that, the new evolving global food system, the global agriculture growth is very heterogeneous. And it's facing a long-term vulnerability at the moment. And there is declining investment in research and development, as well as in science and technology. Next please. So this is a foresight analysis. It just shows that, if you have GM crop, for example, I teach the policy students, and I also teach a lot of professionals. I ask them, is there a difference between the DNA structure of human beings and plants and animals? Is there a difference? I'm asking this question to you. DNA is made out of only 4 components: A, T, G, and C. And the same A, T, G, C is in human beings, same in plants, and same in animals and insects. So it doesn't matter where we are taking the DNA from and putting it in what. So if I can make the shelf life of tomato, longer by putting the DNA from a crocodile and put it inside, at the end of the day, I'm eating tomato, not crocodile, right? So why should we even oppose it? Why? So that's the concept as science students we need to understand. In US, if you go, it's full of GM crop. In India, if you go, it's full of. And even in Nigeria, there is GM cowpea. So the cowpea beans that you are eating outside, they may be GM. You don't know that. Nigeria has already 3 products: GM cotton, GM cowpea, and GM maize. So at the end of the day, you are not eating the other organisms. You are eating the same, and DNA is same for us. Next, please. So I'm not going to say anything much, but what I'm saying is that we can mitigate with GM technology or genetically modified organism a lot of issues that are arising due to climate change. Next, please. So there are, regulatory and innovation policy environment. The main issue is R&D investment. Next, please. I'll show you that. There is also political and economy, right? So if you want to release a GM, the biosafety regulations are too long, right? You have to go through so many regulatory bodies before it can be released, right? But the fact of the matter is, why there is so much of hue and cry about a GM crop? Why? When the DNA is exactly the same, right? The differences is hardly to an extent of 1.5 to 3%. So why do we make all of that? Next, please. I'll just go next. Yeah, just next. Now, if you look at this gene editing has come now. People are not talking about GMO as much because now we have gene editing. Gene editing is CRISPR-Cas. So you can edit the gene within the same organism. And these are the different countries which has actually adopted gene editing. Next, please. Next. However, as I was saying earlier, whatever you want to do, it has to be driven by the market demand as well as innovation. Next. So you see, there is a need for a harmonization of national as well as regional as well as international regulations on biosafety and release. Next, please. Now, there is intellectual property rights, which is related with GM or biotechnology. If somebody, like a previous speaker said, he is patenting, right? So if you patent it, you can also get money, but that has to be discussed, what you can patent and what you cannot patent, right? But when somebody patents it, it's just not available to the entire world, right? So there are some issues that are being discussed. Next, please. So, there is also a need for a seed system. You may have a genetically modified or genetically edited crop, but if you don't have the seed system, and the number of seeds that is available, how do you meet the demand? Next, please. So if you look at this is the global and situation with biotech. Only 5 countries, USA, Brazil, Argentina, Canada, and India, who adopts the GM crops. Next, please. In case of Africa, you do have a lot of countries which adopts it, but there is so much of problem and so less, there are only seven countries within Africa that has adopted GM crop. 7 countries out of 56 countries. That's something talks, and R&D investment is not there at all, and even if it is there, it's at a very low level. Next, please. So you see, this is about Nigeria. You do have a regulation for biotech crops. It's there. And there is also GM crop that has been adopted in Nigeria. Next, please. The main message is there's need to resolve the regulatory bodies, need to consider science, technology, and innovation, and also there is a need for a environment to adopt GM or biotechnology thing. But there is a lot of gap in knowledge, misinformation, and spread of negative information around. Most of us are very dependent nowadays on WhatsApp University. Am I correct? We are so dependent. Please, I will tell you, please come out of it. Don't depend on WhatsApp University. It's not an university. It's giving you a lot of misinformation, lot of negative information. And you are, or all of us, we are actually getting distracted and we don't have the correct information about any technology. Any technology. I'm not just talking about GM, but any technology. And my suggestion to anybody is, if you are looking at reels, you are wasting your time and somebody is making money out of it, right? So when you go to watch any reels, you are losing your time, but somebody is making money. So think about it and then use your time judiciously. Next, please. In conclusion, I just want to say that somebody said that we need food on the table, right? So strong partnership is essential. There are a lot of things that can be done with biotechnology and genomics and other omics technology. But at the message is, everybody in this world has the right to nutritious food and better livelihood. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. We appreciate you, man. Keep on knocking. Keep on knocking until the door is open. That is, forge ahead. At the end of it all, people will appreciate you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajana, for that lecture. We appreciate it. We are rounding up the program. But before we say bye-bye to everybody, I know you have one thing or the other to ask the speakers. Maybe we take 2-4 questions. Yeah, any question from this side? No questions? This side, any question? 1, then 2. Any question there? Okay, we have just 2 questions. Number 1. Your name?
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Mars. I am Uluwaleke Ogunlowoluk from Department of Microbiology 400. My question goes to Professor Adetunji Charles. You said you make a lot of money, or a lot of money through your innovative and creative research. And I want to be, let's say, an entrepreneur in research, using biotechnology to make a lot of money and solving problems. How can I do that? How can I create ideas that will generate money and at the same time give impact to the society and contribute a well-meaning innovation to the society?
Well, thank you. Maybe we have the second question. Thank you very much. I know our professors will answer that. And doctor is here to answer it. You're next.
Good afternoon. I appreciate all the speakers and the motivation and insight that they give. My question goes to Dr. Raj. You said something about DNA editing or cloning of a thing that is possible for us, if you want to extend shelf life of tomato, that it's possible for us to extract gene from crocodile into the tomato. Now, okay, so, sorry, my name is Alawi Ibrahim from University of Ibadan, Agriculture Department. So now, as an agriculturist and mainly based on water, and I want to talk about water. Direct to my question. For instance, clear their opinions on African catfish. Is it possible for us to extract maybe gene from crocodile for an instant? Because maybe crocodile have long life to live. Maybe for an instant, I'm just using an instant. Is it possible for us to extract gene from crocodile and you should insert it to the clarias and you are going to get the same results? One. And what could be the limitation or side effects or because on genetic modification effect that can maybe perhaps you have been doing the research, you have been carrying out. Fine. As time goes on, or as centuries, what could be the limitation or problem that for us not be impossible for us to trace back to that? And for instance, I watched one video on YouTube about crocodile duck. Make sure I didn't know how they come about it. So the crocodile, the duck look like crocodile. It have a big mouth like crocodile. Meanwhile, it's a dog. Other features is a dog. Can that things possible in catfish also? Can it possible?
Thank you. I'll hand over the microphone to the...
Can I respond? I took an example. Yeah? But you can extract genes from crocodile without killing it. You don't need to kill anything to extract the genes. Just take the buccal saliva of the crocodile or take the blood and you can extract DNA out of it. So, you have cells, right? Is the cell of your hand different from the cell of your brain or your face? You are still the same person, right? So cells are all there, and all cells have DNA, right? And the DNA is same, and it's replicating all the time. So the example was that you can take the genes, or you can take the DNA from crocodile, and you may find a region within that DNA, because DNA is made out of A, T, G, and C. So you may find a gene that is responsible for keeping the shell or keeping the skin of the tomato hard. It may not be there in tomato, but it may be there, say in crocodile, or in human beings, or in dog, or in anything, right? You just take that portion of that gene, insert it in tomato. Did the tomato become crocodile now? Did it? What is it now? It's still a tomato, right? And you are eating still a tomato. And please, my friend, stop believing in social media. Stop believing in YouTube and Reels. AI can make you a female now and post it in social media. Or it can make you a crocodile as well and put you in the social media. Did you become that?
Are you satisfied? Thank you very much.
So let me tell you this. At the end of the day, you are a scientist or you are a science-based person. So you need to base your understanding, your thinking, and your justification based on science, not by activists. Thank you.
God bless you, ma. Before, okay, the first question, sir, to Professor Charles Adetunji.
Okay, thank you very much, Baba.
Yes, sir.
The question, you don't create research by just thinking. It's research for impact. One, I said it during my talk. What is the problem in your community? If there is no problem around you, there is no need to solve anything. It's research for impact. It's research driven, not thinking driven. We fail because we think before going to research. But you need to see. Look at Mama here, our distinguished prof here. She felt a need for a new line. She identified and she created it. I used it to help Pando yesterday. So there must be a need before you solve a problem. Not that you are just thinking, I will build a crocodile tomato or tomato crocodile line. It's just a thinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope we are having two online speakers that will quickly come up. Let us enjoy them.
Yes, we are having Professor Labisi Peter Abioye, Federal University of Technology, Mina. He will be joining us soon. And after that, we won't take our time because we are getting ready for our cocktail. They are ready for us at Funab Zoo Park. Immediately after the last online presentation, we will all move to the zoo park to enjoy our evening. Meanwhile, we'll still have our lunch here. Thank you. So we're expecting Professor Abioye to join us now.
Okay. I'm connected already. You should be able to see me by now. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, I can hear you from.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Professor Rudai, Professor present at the conference. It's a privilege to be part of this conference this year. I want to appreciate the organizer for the privilege and all the keynote speakers I've been following since 11 a.m. and it has been wonderful. I'm here this afternoon to speak briefly within the limited time on environmental biotechnology, solution to our greener planets. Environmental biotechnology, solution to our greener planets. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay. So I will be speaking, just as I said, on environmental biotechnology, solution to a greener planet. Just as we know that our environment is crucial to whatsoever we are doing, whatever affect the environment, directly or indirectly, will come back to man. So we are considering the importance of environmental biotechnology as a solution to a greener planet. The world where we are today, the planet has been so much contaminated, both the entire biosphere, both the hydrosphere, the lithosphere, as well as the atmosphere. Diverse techniques have been employed to make sure the environment is free. In most cases, most of these things keep adding more contaminants that keep polluting the environment. However, the solution to a greener planet, just as it was right from creation, biotechnology, most especially environmental biotechnology, play a very crucial role in this. And without wasting much time, we just quite a number of speakers they've discussed what we mean by biotechnology. So I will not want to waste much time on that again. Biotechnology, just as we know, is the use of either microorganisms or their products to for use to bring about either their enzyme and the byproduct of microorganism to get useful products that are so much beneficial to mankind. We've had presentation from the erudite professor in diverse areas, most especially in the area of agriculture. But in environment, biotechnology play a very, very important role, most especially the whole organism as well as their metabolite, their products. They play a lot of important role in the environment. However, biotechnology as a whole, I'm trying to share my slide and it's trying to, is loading. Biotechnology is a science of many disciplines, just as we know that just like a plant, the plant have the root, the trunk, and the leaf. That's how biotechnology, the roots are the basic sciences, whereas the trunk and the leaves, they are diverse areas of applications of biotechnology, and which is very important. Let's quickly look at what is environmental biotechnology. It's a field that deals with the application of biological processes and organisms or their product to develop technology and solution to environmental challenges. There are quite a lot of environmental challenges today, and the application of biological processes, organisms, and their products will give us a clean environment if are applied correctly. There are diverse areas of research that in our lab here we've been able to carry out to prove the fact that environmental biotechnology, it leverages the natural abilities of microbes, that of plants, animal, and enzyme to address environmental challenges. Now, environment, just as we know, is one of the most assaulted, in fact, medium globally, most especially in the sub-Saharan Africa and Asia, is highly assaulted by men, by animal, and several other things. On daily basis, both organic and inorganic substances are being thrown into the environment, thereby rendering it inhabitable and destroying the green nature of the environment to get fresh air and other things. But green planet, what do we mean by green planet? I'm just want to touch some of the basic. Green planet refers to environmentally healthy Earth, which can, and this can only be achieved by biological processes. No matter the number of chemical processes, it can't achieve a greener planet. And green planet is sustainable when appropriate biological processes is utilized in dealing with contaminants in the environment. There are a lot of contaminants ranging from hydrocarbon to heavy metals to wastewater that they are serious, they constitute serious problem to our environment today. However, when we apply appropriately environmental biotechnology, it brings about solution to me. It is that's the major way to achieve a greener. Now, let's quickly look at some applications of environmental biotechnology in securing a green environment. And one of such is bioremediation. We've carried out a lot of work on bioremediation, both of soil, water, and air in restoring them back to their original state. And several microorganisms play a very vital role, most especially bacteria, as well as fungi. They play a very vital role. Just as we know, one of the problems we are having today in Niger Delta that is causing agitation here and there is as a result of the environmental contaminant that occurs day in, day out. And government has been struggling, Ogoni land is there, but there are a lot of microorganisms that carries out, we've tested quite a number of microorganisms, most especially bacteria, the activity on crude oil, and their derivatives. They have proved to be very efficient in restoring the soil, most especially soil and water back to its original state. Another aspect of bioremediation that we've worked extensively is the utilization of plants. Just as we know, green plants, the Lord has blessed us with green plants in our environment, and they are good accumulator of contaminant from the environment. Severally, we treat this environment with chemicals that we clear it. Sometimes we approach it with temporary solution, but plants have the capacity to try to accumulate this particular contaminant, be it crude oil, hydrocarbons, be it heavy metal, and even some nuclear material. Plants have been proven to be very effective. During the course of our research, I've utilized Jatropha coccus, Cedar acutus, Hibiscus cannabinus, Acalifa, and so on. And they've proven to be very effective. And this is just the schematic diagrams showing the mechanism. Some plants have the capacity to stabilize this contaminant in the soil that they will not be available. Some they have the ability to extract it from the soil and store in part of their tissue. And there are some phytodegradation. They will extract it from the soil and degrade it down. Some can volatilize it from their body. Another very important one that we have done under bioremedy is biosorption. In this part of the country where I reside, there are a lot of illegal miners here and there carrying out illegal mining activity, thereby contaminating the environment with heavy metal. There was a year around 2015 in an environment not far from where I reside, where the illegal miner and they carry out children, about 15 children were recorded dead because of the contamination. We look into that environment, we use microorganisms to see their activity, whether they have the capacity to absorb this heavy metal. And we got good result because microorganisms, either living or dead, they are good biosorbents that can absorb this contaminant, most especially heavy metal, and store within their system, thereby restoring the environment and giving us a clean environment. Another one is agar remediation. Agar remediation. One of our students, the student I supervise in PhD, work extensively on this. We use it on heavy metal, we use it on crude oil. In fact, we went as far as Ogoni land to obtain crude oil contaminated water. And this algae, most especially species of willow tree, sonata, chlorella, Spirogyra, cladophora, and so on, they perform extensively. And these are common algae that we have in our environment here. In any stagnant water we have there, we can use the capacity, we can depend on the ability of this algae to trap this contaminant within their body system. Another one in the application of this environmental biotechnology to achieve a greener environment is conversion of agricultural waste to useful product. One of the major waste that we have today is agricultural waste. Very soon, rain is around the corner. There will be corn everywhere. There will be corn. There will be groundnut. And once we finish it, they end up in the environment. Microorganisms can degrade them in the environment. However, during the course of degradation, they give out some greenhouse gases that still constitute problem to the environment. However, these agricultural waste can be converted into useful product. And this, just as we have been following the discussion of the speakers, the direction of research now is products. What will give us products that we can generate money. So agricultural waste, when we utilize our microorganism, one of such is enzyme. When microorganism, all these waste, when we mop them and using different technique of fermentation process, and we can get some of this enzyme there. Enzymes such as lipase. In fact, there is one of our work on lipase that the microorganism produce it, and we got it from as the degrade agricultural waste. Then this lipase was in turn used even in remediation of crude oil contaminated environment, which gives us a clean environment. Lacase as well. Protease is one of, in leather industry today, they use all manner of chemical for tanning product. We produce protease from agricultural waste, and we use instead of the chemicals that they are using in removing the hair, the herring that still end up in the environment. Protease was used, and we got wonderful results. It has been published in one of the Elsevier journal, pectinases and so on and so forth. This microorganism, by using this agricultural waste, we are restoring the environment back to its original state, which gives us a greener planet. Another thing we can get, even fire the agricultural waste when we apply microorganisms, are different organic acid, such as citric acid, lactic acid, glutamic acid. Presently, we've worked on citric acid from agricultural waste, and the work has been patented just last year. We got NRF for this citric acid production from agricultural waste, NRF grant, and the work has been patented as I speak now. So it's, as we work on this, we are reading the environment of waste, and we are getting useful product. Nigeria spend a lot of money importing citric acid today that are of industrial application. So we will be getting product on one hand, and on the other hand, we will be getting a cleaner environment, which give us a greener earth. Another one that still under the activity of microorganism is from agricultural waste, essential amino acid. We were able to isolate bacteria that when they grow on this agricultural waste, we get essential amino acid, methionine and lysine. This methionine also, there was an NRF research grant that we got, and presently it has been patented as well from agricultural waste. We got this methionine through the activity of microorganisms. And one of the major constituents of feed, livestock feed today, is methionine and lysine that are being imported at expensive price, affecting our exchange rate. So using the ability through the process of biotechnology, microorganisms can produce this from agricultural waste, and thereby will make water money. Another aspect is wastewater treatment. In terms of environmental biotechnology, actually there are a lot of industry today that, most especially in Nigeria, as we have today, they just, without treating their wastewater to acceptable level, they just release into the environment, and they become challenges, they become problem into the environment. However, microorganisms have been utilized to treat different wastes. I mentioned earlier on that of tannery effluent. We have treated them, we have used microorganisms also to treat textile effluent. We have used it to, in fact, in the area where I live here, where they slaughter all manner of animal per day in their number. Abattoir wastewater is another terrible waste today. And microorganisms, most especially bacillus species, Aspergillus penicillium, they have the capacity to break down the organic constituent of this, thereby restoring, making the environment a safer place to live. Then presently we are working on this conversion of plastic to polyhydroxyalkanoate, which is about degradable plastic. You will agree with me that today plastic is one of the major challenges. Though I may not know much about the Southwest, but in the North where we are today, if you go to the markets, just buy something of 50 naira, you are sure that you will come home with one minimum of one plastic bag that they will put whatever you buy there. And once you get to home, you become a waste. And the environment is littered, and plastic can remain in the environment for years. However, there are microorganisms that we are utilizing. In fact, this research, 2023 NRF, we got an NRF grant for this. Microorganisms have the capacity to produce polyhydroxyalkanoate, which can be converted into a plastic that can be used in packaging. And that's what we are doing presently. We've obtained some microorganisms. We've looked at the PHA. They've been able to produce PHA, which we want to mass produce to get appropriate quantity that can be used in producing, in fact, can be used to produce something like a water bar, this bottled water, that after we utilize it can get into the environment and within short period of time will be degraded. It's as a result of activity of microorganisms. And we are even trying, what we are doing presently is how to look, we are looking for the gene of interest in this particular microorganism, insert it so that we genetically modify it so as to produce at a rapid rate. Thereby, by the time biodegradable plastic is available in the environment, then the environment becomes a suitable place to live. You are sure that when it ends in the environment, it will be degraded within the shortest period, unlike what we have today that is giving the environment, apart from the problem associated, health problem, even in terms of the beauty of the environment, is an eyesore today when you get to some environment. Microorganisms play a very important role in this, and they produce this PHA like as a granules within their cytoplasm, and we bring it out and we utilize to produce biodegradable plastics. Another aspect of application of this environmental biotechnology in securing a greener planet is microbial pesticide. One of the profs that spoke on agriculture speak extensively also on microbial pesticide. Today, hardly, in fact, in those days, there are other things that they use in controlling this, but today everything dependent on chemical to control pests. And even post-harvest, we still use chemical, and these chemicals, they end up in the environment. Some of them via runoff, they end up in the water body. Some of them lead to eutrophication. Some lead to other contaminants. Some of this water, the nearby community, the rural community, they still depend it for their domestic activity. So microbial pesticide is the solution in this dimension, so that we no longer depend solely on chemical pesticide that constitute, yes, we do the work, but the residual problem in the environment. But utilization of microorganisms, most especially Bacillus thuringiensis, help extensively in solving this problem, thereby making the planet a better place. Biofertilizer, that's another aspect. In fact, every crop being planted today, if not all, but majority, the fertilizer is being applied. In those days, I grew up in the village in Southwest. When you plant yam, nobody apply fertilizer, but today, including yam and every other thing. And plants need just a little quantity. The remaining part of the fertilizer, they end up in the environment, in the water body, causing trouble. Microorganism has this capacity. We've worked on this. we've been able to isolate microorganisms from the rhizosphere of different plants that have the capacity to solubilize phosphorus. In fact, phosphorus, when applying phosphorus fertilizer, when applying it to the environment, only a little quantity micro plants utilize, they remain in the environment. But microorganisms, they have the capacity to solubilize without applying, because in the soil environment, the phosphorus is there, but they are not available. Microorganisms, most especially bacteria, they can solubilize phosphorus in soil. We work extensively, we're able to isolate different bacteria that has this capacity, and we prepare them into a cocktail that can be applied directly into the farm, thereby reducing the dependability on the chemical fertilizer, which will make the environment healthy and will become a better place to live. Other aspect is the aspect of nano-bioremediation. Just as we know, nano technology has so much gain feasibility in Nigeria today. Though it has been employing in other civilized countries, Ejibo that has come to stay in Nigeria today. It's another way of, at a very minute quantity, and you achieve great results. We can remove environmental contaminants such as organic and inorganic pollutants. Through microorganisms, their metabolites can be used to synthesize this nanoparticle. We just graduated 2 PhD students that works in this aspect. One, we used this bacterial nanoparticle to remediate water contaminated with crude oil from Niger Delta. Another one also, we use it to restore water from abattoir, because water from abattoir has been constituting a serious problem. And at the end, we got, the crude oil, we got almost 100% remediation. The same thing was applicable to that about abattoir wastewater. So it's a very viable biotechnological approach that is very vital today, and it plays a very significant role in restoring the environment back to, one major thing there is that it's eco-friendly. It's eco-friendly because it's just the supernatant of the microbial culture that is used to synthesize it. And these are just diverse area, merit and application of nano-bioremediation. It's time-saving, circular resource waste, and sustainable, and so on and so forth. And we can use it to remediate solid waste, industrial influent, hydrocarbons, polluted heavy metals within the environment and within the shortest period of time, which is an aspect of environmental biotechnology to secure a greener planet. And as I round up, the other aspect is the biogas production. Biogas, there are a lot of wastes today that can be converted to waste. There are animal waste all around us. There are plant waste all around us that constitutes challenge to the environment, contributing extensively to greenhouse gases that is depleting the ozone layer, thereby resulting into the phenomenon of climate change. Biogas production using animal waste is another aspect of environmental biotechnology. We've worked extensively on this, and we're able to get clean methane gas that can be used for cooking instead of depending on the fossil fuel. Fossil fuel expensive, and at the same time, it causes trouble and contamination into the environment, to the air and water view. But the production of biogas is a sustainable through the help of the microorganism that can degrade these organic substances, thereby releasing the biogas that is needed that can be used to for domestic purposes, as well as industrial, if it is scale up industrial application. Let me just conclude this way, that due to its application, environmental bioremediation, environmental biotechnology, due to its application in bioremediation, phytoremediation, biogas production, waste, and whatsoever, you will agree to me that it's an inevitable tool, a veritable one to achieve a sustainable green planet. Though application of microbial application for environmental system may be very slow, however, it's still the best compared to the chemical or the mechanical way of restoring environment to its original state. Environmental biotechnology is safe, is cost effective, and is much more better compared to any other approach. At this junction, I want to appreciate the organizer of this conference, most especially my brother there that I've been watching this morning, Professor Charles Adetunji. I want to appreciate you, and I want to appreciate every one of us, every one of you present over there. Thank you for the privilege. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Do we have any question concerning this one that we have just listened to? Is there anybody that has a question? Or comment? Maybe a comment, not necessarily a question. Comment? Is there any comment on environmental biotechnology? Okay. It seems everybody understood very well all that was said about the environment. Okay. I am assuming that. So there's still one more person that will present.
Professor Olaleko. I'm projecting already.
Yeah, please go ahead. That's Dr. Olaleko Israel.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the organizer of this meeting for the invitation. I also want to thank colleagues that have presented. I should have loved to make some remarks, especially about Rajena crocodile tomato story. But because of time, I will leave that for another day. I will be speaking to us today on the innovation and biotechnology, African Union perspective, and the crossing pathway for sustainability, which is policy. Please, can somebody confirm that I've been audible before I continue? I have a confirmation that I'm audible. Hello?
You can continue, sir.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. I will quickly touch base on the following overview. The African ambition, which is called Moonshot. I will also speak about the mandate of African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, for those that the subject is new. I will speak about the continental policy that is commonly called the Africa We Want, which is Agenda 2063. Because I'm coming from the agricultural background, I will also speak about the continental policy for agriculture, which is called Kampala Declaration. I will touch base a little bit on biotechnology and innovation. especially the area of research and development on the continent. I will speak just to bring a case study on genome editing initiative for Africa. Then I will speak a little bit about the policy advocacy, especially with the political group and also Pan-African parliaments. Then I will give you some takeaway. As you will read from this slide, there are moonshots that the continent have put together, and they are in 7 components. But today, I will just speak about the moonshot 1, which is talking about every African Union member state to attain at least middle income status. I also touch base on in the area of agriculture, moonshot 5, which is the African values in explicit and in promotion. Then I will zero in on moonshot 6, the strategic objective 1, that is speaking to education, skilled citizen, that is underpinned by science innovation. And this is very critical because we're in the university environment, but everything is coming together under the effectiveness of harnessing innovation and emerging technology for African socioeconomic development within the member states and the regional blocks. Knowing fully that we have 8 regional blocks, but for Nigeria, we're in West Africa, which is called ECOWAS. This is just to give you the mandate of African Union Development Agency, and the critical one, which is the one that we are really driving at, is in the realization of Agenda 2063. There are so many policies on the continent, but the head of states has mandated AUDA NEPAD that Agenda 2063 should not be another policy document, should come to realization. So we have been given that responsibility to make sure that every member state, they fulfill their part and they contribute their quota. I will leave the rest because of time that is fast spent. But in the Agenda 2063, we have 7 aspirations. The first one is a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. This is very critical. The second one is on an integrated continent that is politically united and based on the ideas of Pan-Africanism and the vision of resilience. I won't go through all of them, but let me give you the other 7. I will just talk on the last 7, which is aspiration number 7. That is the Africa as a strong, united, and influential global player with partners. These are the 7 aspirations of Agenda 2063. But again, I'll come back to aspiration 1, which is my talking point today in the policy space, which is a prosperous Africa that is based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. The second policy document I will also speak to today is the CAADP. And the CAADP, there are also 7 pillars. Also, because of time, I'll just zero in on 3 and 4. And 3 say that by the year 2025, which we are in now, hunger should be things of the past, but we are far from it. The 4th one is that we reduce poverty through agriculture by 2025. This cannot be, agriculture cannot be undermined, or we can't say too much, less about it, because the continent is an agrarian continent. That is, we depend so much on agriculture for our livelihood. And I like the way Regina was talking about yam. Nigeria is the highest producer, 92%, and we are losing a lot. That is the gap in policy. But don't let me go to that now. Let me just take us to the Kampala Declaration that we are looking at as the policy tool for the continent. They have referred to aspiration 1, which I've mentioned. They have referred to goal 5, which I've mentioned. But the key point I want to lay emphasis on this decision document is that the recognition of the use of biotechnology, and that is speaking to that arrow that I just put in now, that in this new Kampala Declaration, which was signed to force in January, but it will be implemented by 2026, is they've recognized biotechnology as a strong component that will deliver to us the Africa we want from the area of agriculture. They have also recognized that without investing in technology innovation, agriculture or hunger cannot be things of the past. But look at the other acknowledgement that came through that Kampala Declaration, still speaking about biotechnology as an innovation that must be embraced. Then, in all that they have acknowledged, that they have recognized, which was the failure of Malabo Declaration, the head of states that are in that meeting in Kampala, they adopted the position that biotechnology, technology innovation is a way to go for us in Africa to drive the agricultural independence that is expected, and also to drive the Agenda 2063 aspiration that have been mentioned. That is, by the year 2063, the Africa we want will become a reality. Because we're in the science space, I pulled this journal's article together, knowing fully, when they are talking of crocodile, tomato, DNA, ATCG, science-informed decision. And science journal, published journal, is peer-reviewed. And this is a true source of information to reduce on technophobiaism, because there's a lot of technophobiaism. And Professor Adetunji was mentioning the issue of social media. Especially, I will encourage you to join LinkedIn if you are not there. Not just posting the kind of food you have had yesterday or the kind of new clothes you bought. No, but information that supports science and that can build you up, because university is knowledge generation center. Now, just to bring to light this component of bringing innovation, which it has been thoroughly dealt with. But I just want to bring in another concept here that CRISPR-Cas9, we normally say is a scissors technology. Scissors in the sense that the point of shortcoming in the genome, it is being identified. This is all is done in the laboratory. It's a biotechnology tool. And you can remove that component and they can come together again to have an expression in the genome, that which you expected. That's why it is preferred as a technology which is dealing with precision. And for us not to be an importer of only the technology, but also to work on our R&D, that's why this training is being done in Africa. I target in Africa by African for African. That is, as Regina mentioned, yam is an orphan crop. Cassava is an orphan crop. Taro is an orphan crop. Other crops like that. Orphan crop are crops that are not heavily invested in, and they are crops of national priority on the continent of Africa. Though in South, we have so many other orphan crops that have been put together in the catalog. But for Africa, we have dozens of orphan crops that has not been invested heavily on to improve them for the best use for us. And Africans are being trained in this new technology, which in some space they call it precision breeding. In some place they call it genome editing. In some place they give it so many names, but everything is speaking about the technology on the horizon. And these are the scientists in Africa that have undergone training to do the same research, the same work in their lab. And you can see all of them are African from different institutions. I can mention to you, one from Umudike is there, one from NABDA is here, all being trained on the precision technology for Africa by Africa. Oh, my slide is not moving. Okay, now talking to the issue of genome editing initiative on the continent, the goal is to foster a common understanding of genome editing among different stakeholders through communication and advocacy. I made mention of technophobia because there's a communication gap on the use of technology, communication gap on the appreciation of technology. And as an African Union organ, it is our role, knowing fully that this new technology has been embroidered or that been included in Kampala Declaration, the policymaker that make decisions that influence how things are being done in their country need to be aware and they need to know. That's the first role of the initiative being led by African Union Development Agency. The second role that is very important, the reason for the initiative, is on the area of capacity building, partnering. And if you see the picture that are projected of the training in Africa by Africa for Africa, is part of the component of the initiative that Africans are trained about the technology here, and they can go back to their lab, the national institutions, to do likewise. They don't need to leave the continent to go and do it elsewhere to bring it to the continent. And I really appreciate the work being done by IITA on the continent, which is very focal and very important. Also to improve on the use of emerging technology, especially in the area of livelihood, is critical. But also, let me just give the last one, which is the area of enabling policy environment. And it's good that Nigeria is in that space for us to move forward. We have done this, reach out to so many countries. These are just few out of many. Such a country as Mozambique, Malawi, Zambia, Kenya, Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Eswatini, Ghana, Burkina Faso. And some of us that are familiar to the political terrain, you will see the Minister of Agriculture here, and you see the Minister of Science and Technology here. If you're also familiar to the terrain, you also saw the Minister of Agriculture in Cameroon, the counterpart of IITA, which is under CGIR, ICADA in Egypt. You also saw the Minister of in Ethiopia, in Kenya, in Nigeria again. They are also in Egypt. All of these selected countries have been reached out to and we've gotten the buy-in. Then for consistency, because of the time the initiative started, there are some countries that have changed their ministers, but The two countries that have been consistent all through today are Mozambique and Ethiopia. Now, the second policy organ, which is also very critical in policy formulation, is Pan-African parliaments. This is where all the elected officers in the space of their senator, their House of Representatives, it depends on the organs from each country. They always gather in the parliamentarian meeting here in South Africa. And we have also reached out to them. We reached out to three committees for them to also come on board so that when policy, which for us, CADAP, is being brought to them, it will flow into national implementation plan, and there will be commitment to government, commitment from government, bringing in investment to enhance the development of products, because we're enough of paperwork. It's time for products. I'm getting close to rounding up because I just reduced my slide because of time. We speak of policy. Policy give direction to government. Government dictate the policy direction the country is going. Everybody in this room, they are scientists. Basic science. Basic science, when you discover something new, which is called Eureka, it becomes an innovation. But the gap is, most of the time in African country, policy are not speaking to innovation that is coming from science. And this is a big gap. For science to thrive, policy must be aligned. Without policy being aligned, then there is a blockage because government will not see the value in science and they will not see what benefit. But in conclusion for this triangle, it's a triangle. Policy and science must speak to one another. Policy must bring the deliverable of science to practice. And practice must go back to science, which is innovation. However, at this juncture, the red line is telling us policy is not speaking to science. Because of that, the end user, which is the practical end of it, is not benefiting. Now, I brought it out in this form for us to see the value for policy to speak to science and science to get to the end user. The gray area, which we are sitting for Agenda 2063 under the CADA policy with the aspiration one, is we need innovation at the center, which is coming from science, and innovation that does not add with investment cannot deliver what you are looking for. And that's why you see in these components, innovation and investment, they must come together to clear the gray area. So at the end of the day, people will benefit from science. Now, what is the takeaway? One, we are talking of precision technology. It is not cost expensive, it is low cost, and it is very versatile. Now, we have a policy on the continent which is called CADAP. I will encourage us, just search it, CADAP Kampala Declaration. It's fully available on the internet. You can easily grab it. And also to advocate for evidence base, not going through technophobiaism that we have seen about GMOs. Good enough, Nigeria has adopted GMOs. So there's an enabling environment, there's an enabling policy. But for GED, we should not go to YouTube and start looking for the negative propaganda that start creating questions that will not allow research and development for commercialization to be in that. And also we work within the member states to the level of the regional body. The last point which I want to lay emphasis on here Because of time, I could not put all the slides together. But if you have any question, you want to reach out to me, you can just send me an email on Olalekan A. O is in capital, A is in capital, at nepa.org. Thank you so much for your attention. Ẹ ṣé gan, mo dúpẹ́.
Thank you for the presentation. Professor Olalekan, do we have any question for Prof? Prof is still on, is still online. Do we have any question for him? Okay. Thank you, Prof. It seems there are no questions. I'm sure that people have gotten down your email, and they will definitely contact you whenever they needed to. Well, I would like to thank everybody for having stayed on for this long. The announcement is that our cocktail is taking place at Zoo Park. Abi, Dr. Yelaki? At Zoo Park. I think immediately we leave this place, we'll be going there. Okay. So I will want to call on Professor Ayo John. She's the one that is going to give the vote of thanks. Yes, ma'am. You're welcome, ma'am. I've missed you since morning.
Other meetings. Wow. Standing on existing protocols. It's been a very long day, you will agree with me, but a very interesting one. So I appreciate you for hanging on. It's been a very, very interesting day. And first and foremost, I want to thank the Vice Chancellor of this great institution, the person of Professor Obi Kende, for giving us the permission and the opportunity to actually gather here in this university to have this conference here today. So we extend our appreciation to the Vice Chancellor and management of the university. Also, I want to seize this opportunity to thank our principal officers, the registrar, the bursar, the librarian, and all the principal officers that graced this occasion, this conference earlier on in the day. I'm excited to see our emeritus professor, Adebambo, still sitting here since morning. Thank you, Ma, for coming. We appreciate you. You will agree with me that it's been a very flawless conference, which shows that the director of the Biotechnology Center, Professor Mrs. Shitu, did a great job, and the members of the LOC, members of resource persons and scientists attached to the Biotechnology Center who have been meeting day and night to ensure that all went well. So we appreciate your efforts. The Director of Biotech Center, scientists associated to the center, and all members of LOC. Yes, you cannot have a program like this. Somebody is paying the bill somewhere. That is why we are most grateful to the sponsors of this program. So we appreciate our sponsors. We thank Professor Charles Adetunji, our keynote speaker, very wonderful, interesting lecture. We thank our other plenary lead speakers for very thought-provoking lectures. We want to thank other organizations and companies that collaborated with us to be able to have this conference. We are grateful to the Stab Vida, the AGBL Nigeria. We are grateful to ITA. We are grateful to Inkaba. Our participants that have come from far and near, without you, this conference will not be holding. We appreciate you for coming. We are grateful to the staff and students of this university for joining us today at this conference. The PR unit, they've been with us since morning. I think they just stepped aside. We are also very grateful to them. We thank you sincerely for still waiting till this time. It shows that you're really committed. We are very, very grateful to have you. So as we draw the curtain for this session, we still have an evening program. Like he has announced, we have the cocktail coming up at our zoo park. So it's another opportunity for you to explore our beautiful campus. So on this note, I say thank you very much, and I wish you a pleasant evening. God bless. If I've left anyone out, please, pardon me. You are well appreciated.